please.
I want an up and down vote without.
Okay, we are calling this meeting to order, Auden and Bernie, at 6:04. Pam, could we get a roll call, please? Hi, James. You tried to cover up my phone.
Here.
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 Here. Here.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our first item is a consent agenda item. Are there any questions, or is there a motion?
Oh, I make a motion, Madam Mayor, that we adopt the consent agenda.
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Pam, quick question. Is there any difference between the agenda on the table and the one we got in our packet? Good. Less confusion. Thank you. Our next item is public comment for items that is not on the agenda. Yes, sir.
For those people who've been hiding under rocks for the last 6 months, my name's Ted Guy. I understand that you are going into executive session later this evening to discuss the Cora request that I filed. I talked to my attorney, and he asked me to read this into the record. So what he's asked me to do is ask the town council to commit on the record that when it meets in executive session later this evening to receive legal advice, it will not make any decisions or, quote, adopt any positions, end quote, in that closed-door meeting after it receives that advice. Thus, it cannot and will not either A, authorize Pam Schilling to release or not release the tapes and texts in the executive session, or B, authorize Tom Smith to again file some legal action on behalf of the town over the Cora request. That's the first item, and I asked some indulgence because I'm leaving tomorrow for a vacation and I have to go back to work to get all my stuff done so I can catch a plane tomorrow morning. I know that you guys are later tonight going to talk about the ballot issue about buying the CDC parcel. I heard what was said last week by Leroy, that Michael McVoy went door to door on behalf of Katie, Jackie, and Jen. And I think that Katie, Jackie, and Jen should recuse themselves, because if they vote to pay Michael McVoy and CDC, or even to put a ballot question out to pay CDC, that appears like it's a kickback. It appears like Michael McVoy helped them get elected. Now they're going to give him $3 million. So I ask you to very seriously consider that, because the appearance of impropriety and self-dealing is horrible. So I know I can't make you do that, but I ask you to very seriously consider that. The last thing is, my Cora request was filed with the town. It is a public record. I have 11 copies here for anybody that wants them. I'll put them on the back table. Thank you.
Ted, will you leave that language with us?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll give it to Pam. It's the bold stuff, and I added a few words.
That's okay. Thank you, Ted.
Thank you.
Are there other comments from citizens not on the agenda? Oops.
Stacy Kraft. So I don't pretend to understand all the numbers, because I think this is just a huge undertaking, and I'm sure a lot of us are scratching our heads about this. But it's my understanding that the town paid public bond money, $1.7 million, and maybe this is incorrect, for improvements on privately owned land, that parcel that's owned by the CDC. The town does not have a written document saying that the CDC has to pay that improvement money back. And the CDC anticipated that the town expenditures would be reimbursed upon development of the land. And so I would love if one of you or some of you could speak to that and validate or invalidate any of those three statements. The town paid bond money for improvements on private land. The town does not have a written document saying the CDC has to pay that money back. And the CDC in the original negotiations anticipated that the town would be reimbursed, or the taxpayers, more specifically, would be reimbursed when that land was redeveloped. If the answer to any of those is not satisfactory, I'd like you guys, and I'm sure everybody else here that's fiscally responsible, would like you to answer, how are we going to get that 1.7 million back? And if you don't have a plan for that, why would you rush this to the ballot? That is an enormous amount of money. So I hope you can speak to that. As far as the impropriety, CDC willfully broke IRS laws to allow Jackie to promote herself on their land for multiple weeks. It was frequently reported, even in the paper. The impropriety, it stinks. It really stinks. So Ted's idea for you guys to recuse yourself would give people some confidence in this ballot vote, because it's highly inappropriate for the three of you. You ran on a platform as a trio, the Tres Amigas. You're advertising in open violation of IRS laws that are written in plain English that say that 501c3 organizations cannot promote political candidates. You should recuse yourselves from this vote. Thanks.
Thank you. Other comments for items not on the agenda?
Can you answer the question about the...
This is comments not on the agenda, so we do not engage. And the reason for that is that when we are going to talk about a particular item, we are asked to post that, and people are not aware that we might be talking about that. And so that's why we don't engage, because we have to publicly notice it. We are very careful about making sure we notice items so that people can attend who might want to hear that conversation. So we won't respond to that, but if you would like to be on the agenda at a future meeting, we will certainly consider that.
There's not time for a future meeting. Will one of you post to Facebook tonight an answer to those questions? I'll be happy to.
Thanks. Thank you, Stacy. We have another person who would like to speak. Is that correct? Do I have a hand up? Yes.
Hello, I'm Michael McVoy, and to be honest, I hadn't even been aware that I had been accused of going door to door in violation of election procedures, and I just want to say, did not happen. I wish somebody would have asked me, because I could have absolutely, unequivocally assured people that I mean, I don't even know you.
I don't know you either.
You know, I mean, why? And while I have met both Katie and Jackie, neither did I ever get a request, nor did I, nor ever would I have done that. I'm not a resident of this town. I have been working to try and come to an agreement with this town and try and, in our view, help the town, but I never would politic on that beyond what happens in front of this council, if that's considered politicking. And I flat out never, ever went door to door for any election issue whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, my name is Tony Kronberg, and I just wanted to say thank you very much to Basalt. This past weekend, Jazz Snowmass was in Snowmass, and a lot of people stayed in Basalt, and they also stayed in the Element Hotel in Willits. They took the rafter, they took the Uber drivers. They came back applauding. I work Jazz Aspen, and I greet like the 14,000 people that come through the front door. But I did not hear one negative thing about Basalt. People love Basalt. And I don't know what your sales tax revenue will show for this weekend, but with the Element being sold out, and I believe your other hotels probably being at max occupancy, that your goal of trying to increase your business revenues is starting to take shape. And the one interesting thing is that, full disclosure, I also teach swimming at the Element Hotel in Basalt. And one of the things that the families ask a lot is, where are some activities in this area where we can bring our kids to? So with your pool being opened, I would mention that. I talk about your river park, your beautiful library, your shops, your restaurants, and progress always takes a lot of time. But I just wanted to say that people are starting to see the effects that how Basalt is moving forward, how everyone is working together between Aspen, Snowmass, Willits, Basalt, Carbondale, Glenwood, all up and down the valley. But I just wanted to give you a lot of kudos because the reviews that I received personally were outstanding for Basalt. So I just wanted to bring that forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments for items that are not on the agenda?
Hi, Mark Kwasinski. I just wanted to say this for the record. There's been a lot of talk about blaming the sitting council for all of the closed meetings, and I think everyone here can agree that we would like to have everyone in town, and I'm not going to think that I'm speaking for council, but I know several of the members who are sitting here through the past year and a half of my involvement. And I think that everyone would like to see a transparency. They would like to see that that there aren't closed meetings. But there's two things that this council has been blamed for that is not their fault. One is the requirement to have closed meetings with respect to any acquisition of property. And obviously, the Panda Fork has been the primary issue on the whole town's agenda in the past year and a half. So because they're operating by the rules, don't blame them for the closed meetings, okay, on that. And then I have just read that the former town manager's employment contract, which was negotiated in 2012, in October or September, also required any discussions by the council to conduct those in a closed meeting. I don't know if that's right or if it's wrong, but anyway, that you cannot blame the council for upholding the terms of that contract. And I'd like to just say that because council is getting a bad rap for things that they happen to be doing what they're supposed to be doing, and the enforcement and checking out accounts payable and such, that's what they're supposed to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Mary Kenyon. If you've been sitting under a rock, you didn't know that either. I did want to bring to everyone's attention that Friday night at Jazz, the Basalt presence there was absolutely awesome. The Basalt High School sent the Basalt Street Horn Band, and the number of people that came from Basalt to watch the band, paid money to go buy their tickets and watch the band was incredible. So raw for the Basalt Longhorns, Basalt presence at Jazz, and it was really, really fun to see everyone out there having a great time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments for items not on the agenda? Okay. Hearing none, our first item on the agenda is a second reading of ordinance 23. It's a public hearing, an ordinance of the Town Council of Basalt approving a contract for the purchase from the Roaring Fork Development Corporation real property identified as Lot 1 of the Basalt Community Campus and Basalt Park Minor Subdivision. Tom Smith.
Thank you, Jackie. Second reading, we discussed at the last meeting the draft contract that was approved at first reading for the purchase of that portion of the former Roaring Fork Mobile Home Park owned by Roaring Fork CDC. The issues on the table have been price, the appraisal contingency, and the relationship that the approval of the contract might have, or the funding of the contract might have, to the bond issue. Hitting the last issue first, it was direction of council that the purchase of the property, the approval of the funds to purchase the property would be part of the bond issue, It would be, the money would be raised and paid through that bond issue, and that's the direction we had from council. The alternative, as you may recall, was to fund it separately without raising taxes, but the council decided they didn't want to move in that direction. So as written, the contract has a contingency for approval at the election in November of the funds necessary to purchase the property. The price issue and the appraisal are obviously connected. The contract price at the last meeting is stated as $3 million, and we now have in our hands an appraisal that says the value of the property is $2.9 million. The contract allows the council to terminate the contract if it doesn't meet, if the appraisal doesn't meet the appraisal valuation doesn't meet the contract price, or the council can attempt to renegotiate a price acceptable to both parties. That's the situation we're in. If you want to have an approved contract in connection with the resolutions up for consideration tonight on the purchase of the property and the funding of the improvements, then you need to resolve that issue tonight. Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of time in that situation.
So Tom, has anybody reached out to the seller to
We,
discuss that
well,
price?
they have the appraisal,
Okay,
and we do not know their position on that. It's all happening very quickly, unfortunately, and we have not heard their position.
is it appropriate to ask their position?
I assume that
Okay,
they'll have some comments on that.
would the representative from the CDC like to approach the bench?
Yeah.
Never a dull moment, is it?
Yes.
You would think at least one thing could come out easy, but we have reviewed the appraisal, and actually I think Les Gray did a remarkable job on very short notice of really capturing the essence of what this property is and what it means to the community. We only have a couple of issues with the appraisal that could affect the value. For whatever reason, Les assumed that the maximum development on the entire property, the whole 2.3 acres, would be 50,000 square feet, which is actually 10% less than the town has been contemplating for the so-called development piece. We're not sure why he reduced the potential development on the property to such a great extent, but obviously that could affect value if that were to be revisited. He also only gave partial credit for the sewer taps. He acknowledged that they were worth $189,000, but he only gave about $100,000 worth of credit in the price. We're not here to debate the appraisal tonight. We don't have time to do that. Tom is right. You know, we need to try to keep this thing moving. The board of directors of the CDC and Manaus as its primary funding have approved a contract with a $3 million purchase price in it. In the interest of compromise and keeping this moving, and as a gesture of good faith from the CDC, if you're willing to approve this in second readings so that we can move to signing a contract, we would recommend to the board that we split the difference and that we have a purchase price of $295, and we eliminate the appraisal contingency because we don't need it anymore. We still have an election contingency, and we're going to do our best to move forward, answer a lot of questions that the community has about the CDC's process in this case, and do our best to educate the community as to the value of this property. And that compromise is also tied to the fact that we would like 2 ballot questions as proposed on this agenda. What you've proposed is just fine with us. But if we can do that, if we can get you to approve a revised contract at $2,950,000 and have 2 ballot questions, we will recommend to our board that that be accepted, and we'll sign a contract if they agree.
Okay, Council, I guess we just
Actually,
need to,
there might be other public comment at some
okay,
If there are public comment, you should officially open the public hearing.
okay, this is a public hearing. We're opening the public hearing at 6:25. Are there comments from the public?
About this issue?
Yes, this issue. Yes, sir.
I'm Steve Chase, and I know you haven't been under a rock. My comments take a slightly different tack, although the conversation has been part of the public discussion outside these chambers for quite some time. And frankly, it has to do with how this piece of property has been characterized as something that we were to grant onto the people who followed before us, or, what was it called? The park is what's the word? No. Okay. Legacy, thank you. I'm sorry. Old age and altitude. I started this process, as did so many of us here, well over 3 years ago, when we worked toward getting a bond to follow through with the river master plan, relocate the trailers and so forth, and I'm not going to bore you with that. But frankly, it must be obvious to you by now that the use of that term with regard to this property, and knowing full well that the only way to achieve a very small portion of what the will of this community would be, is to invest as much as $20 million between now and 2026, you would have to question the use of the word legacy. Usually a legacy comes with some type of real value. The truth of the matter is that parched piece of property that sits out there that has a beautiful river in anticipation of riverfront completion and commercial development along the road, which is something we've looked forward to for 19 years, is not consistent with what the town would like to see itself invested in. Again, you're asking us and giving us actually no choice. What I think you're saying, and you'll correct me, that the only way that we can have our riverfront completed in a landscape, both hardscape and softscape, is if we will agree to purchase the land. Well, and we've called it a legacy, so it's almost as if we feel guilty if we don't pursue this, because clearly our grandchildren are going to be left without a place to see the open space. But I'm sorry. You will be asking the taxpayers and the voters to commit themselves to a project that is likely to be $20 million over the course of 10 years, and you will not achieve the park that you were hoping to achieve for either myself and some of the people in the room, or for that matter, for the people in the room who would like to see nothing done to the park. So nobody's happy about it, and we still have $20 million to invest in this. And you're jamming the purchase of this property down the throats of the voters. And I'd ask you to give that some consideration, because it's going to get ugly. Thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, my name is Toni Kronberg, and I believe Mayor Wissett that you had asked that our comments right now pertain to the proposition that Attorney Myler brought forward about splitting the question into 2 ballot questions. I think that's a smart idea. I think it's great to have the 2 separate questions. And the second thing is that we will be able to make comment after the ballot questions have been reviewed and presented by the bondsmen. Is that correct?
Yes, that's coming up, the
Okay.
bond issue's
Yeah,
coming
oh,
up.
right, tonight, you mean?
Okay, all right, thank you. But I just want to say that's a smart idea, I think, that Attorney Myler brought forward.
Okay, any other public comment on this issue?
Stacy Kraft again. I have an email here from Mike McVoy to Bill Kane dated July 20th, 2011, and it just outlines the CDC's request to modify the agreement with the town. And it includes items like the CDC will assume all liabilities and indemnify the town against claims. The CDC will pay, will accept responsibility for replacement housing for the entire Pannon Fort, not just the trailers, things like this. These are big ticket items. They have big price tags. Taxpayers have paid a lot of money for these items. Like Steve said, there is zero reason why this needs to be rushed to the ballot. This is a hugely expensive project to put on the backs of the taxpayers, whether you agree with some development or park or whatever. This thing has been very ill-conceived and very rushed, and it's very obvious why that's happening. So I'd like to ask you again, in my previous statements, this needs to be addressed before you go to ballot. If the taxpayers paid $1.7 million to improve the CDC's property, and now we're being asked to pay the improved price of that land, how are you going to get our money back? That money belongs to us. It's a lot of money. And I may not have all my figures straight, because again, this is like a huge accounting thing, but one of you needs to answer that before you proceed with this ballot question. It seems very, very rushed. How are you going to get our money back? That needs to be in the bond, or it needs to be addressed tonight.
Other comments? Margot?
I got a simple question. I just wanted to ask
Greg?
Dave, when you said the CDC would like to have this property, this ballot question and 2-part question, what was your philosophy behind that? I'm just curious.
Well, I think
You know,
the
could we possibly get you on the mic?
Sure.
Thank you. And maybe repeat the question in case wasn't picked up.
I haven't had a chance to talk to you in a long time. But,
Seeing you here.
I think that it makes sense to
Could you
give
just
the,
repeat the
give the
question in case
voters
it-
the choice of buying the property first and then raising the funds to improve it. I just think it's a cleaner question. I think that there's a lot of support in the community, despite public comments, for the acquisition of this property. I think the community spoke loud and clear when they elected 4 individuals to the council in April, and that there's this tremendous amount of support for getting this property in the hands of the town in order to figure out what to do with it. And then secondarily, you give the voters an opportunity to approve the funding for improvements to that park and the parkland that you already own. But I think separating them is a wise decision.
Thanks, Dave. Okay, Greg? And Steve.
Hi, I'm Greg Sugars. I didn't plan on saying anything, but I do have a few comments I just would like to reiterate. The Post group, in conjunction with DHM, has been working on this plan for at least a year. This has not been a rush. On their part, they spent countless hours working on the park plan that they've developed with the support of the town. On a regular basis, they were in contact with town staff. So it isn't something that's being hurried up. It's a well-thought-out plan. Second thing is, as I said last week, the opportunity to borrow as was confirmed by Bruce Kimmel, is much closer to 1.5% than it is to 3%, which are in the numbers. The 1.5% is unprecedented in the last 65 years. Unprecedented in the last 65 years. Thirdly, if we don't make the effort to do this now, as was pointed out, we will be in kind of a limbo mode and not have the opportunity to pursue this again through the election process until the spring of 2018. That was accurate according to everybody that talked to me, including the town manager, so.
It's on the last tape.
Susan, do you want to?
Okay.
clarify that when Paul
Okay.
Yeah.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But as far as I know, that's what have been told about this. And the other thing, which is come up all the time, is I think is a mischaracterization of what this park is as opposed to maybe other parks. There are a lot of pocket parks. Pocket parks, to a large extent, are not necessarily active parks. Pocket parks are where you go to contemplate, sit on a bench, go for a stroll, meditate. An active park, by definition, is one where there's a lot of things going on, a multitude. It could be kids running around, it could be somebody flying a kite, it could be a father teaching a son or a daughter how to learn to ride a bike. Somebody could be throwing a frisbee, they could be throwing a football, they could be playing croquet, they could play volleyball, badminton. This is a central park that is allowing to encompass all generations enjoying it maybe at the same time. It's not a place necessarily where you just go and sit. So I think a characterization of this just patch of land sitting there is unfortunate. I'm not saying people are being disingenuous. I'm just saying their perspective may not be the perspective of those people that have kids or grandkids that would like to have a place to downtown where they can interact with all these aspects, including the kids' park on the river and using the water and so forth. This can be a place that everybody can use at one time, not a place necessarily to go contemplate, your retirement. And finally, this has been brought up in the Atlantic Monthly and other publications, I know the Atlantic Monthly in particular, that having a central park in and of itself, for the long term, has the ability to generate income all around the perimeter at a much higher rate than maybe would have been generated without it. In fact, there are cities across the country that are actually taking, whenever they can, some of their downtown core and returning it to a town square kind of a park that everybody can use because they realize that it's a generator of community and income. And once again, if you think that this is just Greg Sugars talking, I'll just bring up the fact that our former town manager reiterated that point with me strongly before he left. And he even referenced the Aspen Ski Company saying, you don't think that their property is already worth more money now than it was when they bought it? I said, I agree, and it's only going to get better. So I think we have to look at it in terms like that. Look at the borrowing rates, look at the opportunity we have, and look at the effort that's already been put into this by both volunteers and DHM and town staff. And at some point, I think we have to trust ourselves. And what I feel sometimes is that we have a fear of pulling the trigger here in Basalt, even when we have all the bullets. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Actually, Steve.
I'll remember the term legacy this time. Okay. First of all, I think the plan is beautiful that DHM came up with. I think we all think that they did a really remarkable job. The truth is that, however, it doesn't fit into the $20 million. And what I resent about having to purchase the property as a qualification for being able to then be able to vote to improve the park is, if you will, I think most of you know this, but if I cover this piece of the property, which is CDC land, Can everybody see that? Then, in truth, all of this landscape, the children's pool, the old pond park, everything that could be done, could beautifully be done without owning the rest of the land. It may be that the long term, you decide you wanna own this, but the reality is that it's not required to make our park something that would be extraordinary. And what you're doing is you're pinning all of this work along the waterfront on our willingness to purchase this land so that you can put a restroom here, which is the only thing that you've decided you can afford to do. It's the only amenity that you agreed that you could do. So everything north of this line does really not take a part of our DHM plan that was represented to us. And Greg, I'm sorry, but the difference between an active park and a passive park is not what you described. In truth, if you look at it in a dictionary, an active park is one that is like Crown Mountain Park. It has a baseball field, it has specific activities, and the town supports it in some way, shape, or form. A passive park is one that you enjoy your surroundings, and and all of our pocket parks are filled with kids because there are things to do, they're close to home. This is not going to give them something that they don't have. We have magnificent parks. On South Side, there's a spectacular park that serves that particular neighborhood. So active versus passive doesn't fly, because the reality is that this is a passive park. It certainly is here. I never really understood what the benefit of this was other than pedestrian access and visual access. This particular part of the park doesn't really offer us anything except the accumulation of people that came to a music event. And how many times is that going to happen during the course of the 6 months that this park is going to be available to our public? I'm sorry. So this business of forcing us to purchase this property, which is not, and then we have this 1.1 acres that's going to really sit fallow for God knows how long. It's just a big open field. And frankly, as I've said before, because of your track record as a council, not yours only, but previous councils as well, frankly, as a homeowner, a voter, and a taxpayer, I don't trust giving you that responsibility in my behalf.
Lynn, and then, I think we need to limit it to one speaking per, and then when we go into the next subject, but we're gonna let Lynn talk.
Unfortunately, when somebody misrepresents you, you can't respond.
It's okay. We could go on forever if everybody got tit for tat. So Lynn, could you come to the microphone, please?
Ask a clarification of what you said, Dave, excuse me. If I understood what you said, you are, if the town is willing to put the two things on the ballot, the CDC is willing to reduce the cost by $500,000. Did I? 50,000.
500.
500. So, $50,000. So, I mean, is that, that doesn't seem quite right. That, I mean, I don't think that sounds right for them to hold us up for a specific.
Can you adjust the microphone?
Yes, there can.
Hi.
It's not an amplifying mic.
No, but the TV
Right, for
can't hear her.
recording, right.
Am I okay?
Is she good? Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you give her a
Okay.
thumb up.
I don't see how the CDC can hold you guys over the barrel, that if you don't put the two on the ballot, then they won't give you the $50,000, AKA $500,000, deduction on the appraisal price.
Getting an old hat being up here. First, I just would like to say about the $20 million that Steve Chase is quoting. I mean, come on, Steve. We know we've looked at the numbers here, and the wonderful thing about this whole thing is that we could probably buy this from the numbers that I saw without the bond issue, but council would like to put it to the voters. There's been over 400 people who signed a petition that wanted to see this on the ballot, and that was signed in about 2 weeks in January. And, I think it's time to let the people have their say. Two-part question is really a great thing, because if you look at the numbers of the affordability of this, especially, it's cheaper, less expensive for the town to own this, when at the end of the day, not even factoring in all of those ancillary benefits that Greg Sugars and was talking about all of the other things that are going to happen, but it will allow control of this, not just to be working with one developer and saying, here it is, what do you think, but the town will actually be able to manifest that vision that we all were thinking about in the last couple of years. And I mean, this is really a great thing. And I'd like to thank the CDC for your gesture of knocking $50,000 off. That's a really great thing. Thank you very much. The two-part question, I think, is a great thing, because there's a lot of people who would, I'm sure, come in and would say, hey, this is an amazing thing, and this can get done for, I believe, and after looking at many of the bids that have come in, people just gave me bids. We don't have the big trash cans, we don't have the fence for 100, we don't have all of these huge things. And so that is a great way to go. And I would just ask council one other thing, if you would consider. I noticed that there's a residential as part of the usage. I think that the town has spoken quite loudly that they don't want residential on that parcel, even the development portion. So I would ask that you take that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are happy to let everybody speak once on each topic, but if you want to get some of your answers, there is a presentation, and of course, council will comment too, but if you would like to continue your comments and it's somebody who hasn't spoken yet, please do. Okay, hearing none, we will close public hearing. And do you have anything else, Susan?
No, but in terms of clarification, we're going to take public comment again after we make
Right.
the
Okay,
presentation.
well, just on this question, it's just, now it's back to the council to decide what you want to do with the contract. And you've heard the proposal from CDC, it's up to you to make a decision.
Okay, so let's just, the guy who's chewing doesn't have to go first. Bernie.
There's a lot to think about here. Clearly, this is a big project. I mean, we had a retreat, I guess, the first year I was elected council, and we all had to share what was our most important single thing we hoped to accomplish on the council. And I said, for me, that would be revitalizing the downtown. And that still is my number one issue. I look at this land purchase, which is going to a public vote. Nobody will force anything down your throat. You simply vote no. You don't want to buy it. And if you're in the majority, that's how it'll be. But this idea of purchasing the land for a permanent park and not a floodable park, which is the current thin strip of land that's partly in the river, 40% of the land we own is actually in the river, was decided by the last council. Rick Stevens, Herschel, myself, Mark, and I believe Gary we all voted at Mike's suggestion as a compromise after we saw the tremendous public outcry against a wall of condominiums that Lowe's put up across the CDC property. If you remember that, in the library, more people than have ever turned out at any meeting in the 20 years I've been here, and it was about 70 or 80% against going with that development that had been originally anticipated when we went into action with the CDC planning this. So there was a very large public outpouring, and based on that public rejection, the council also rejected that idea. And what we embraced by vote and resolution had been suggested by Mike and staff, and that is that we purchase about half of the CDC property for a permanent above the waterline park and develop it. And we drew the line at the Midland Spur. So really it was about 1 1/3 acres of park and 1 acre of developable property. And from that basis, we went on and we looked at zoning, we put it to P&Z. P&Z came up with a plan which they recommended to us, which looks like the plan that we are looking at now with the park, including that 1 1/3 acres to be developed. So, you know, that's history. Then there was another election just in April, 1,000 people turned out. The people who got elected, and I don't want to speak for Auden because he is maybe more development prone. I think he and I are pretty much on the same page in general, but
Development prone.
development prone, okay, but within reason and moderation. And I think that election result was clear. The people who would have favored very aggressive development, including that wall of condominiums, did not get elected, including previous councilmen and previous mayors. So the people have spoken about the present council. They've judged them in public. They've judged their characters, their wisdom, their public service, their vision for what Basalt can be, and they have found them worth their trust of electing to public office, despite a handful of very strident critics, okay? You're always going to have a handful of strident critics, no matter what the issue is. That's democracy, and I accept that, and I welcome it to some degree. So for me, this is the compromise. We were told by Mike that the CDC did not want to sell us half the land like we had originally anticipated for good business reasons. They don't control the zoning. On the other half, they couldn't know what we would allow for zoning, and they could not, in good faith, make a business decision like that. I understand that. And so we are left with the choice of either buying the land or not. Mike and I worked very closely on this, very cooperatively, and Mike worked for a compromise that we're looking at right now. I think this will be the biggest thank you to Mike that we could give, is if we stay with a compromise of part significant development and a little more than half park. Now, Stacy's raised some very good questions that I raised about the original assumptions that went into this deal. And as soon as Mike came in and looked at the assumptions, he realized they didn't hold water. These were wishes, and the finances were not there to make them real. That return of 1.7 million or 2.5 million really is the whole price, simply was not a realistic figure that was ever going to happen. And Mike said to me, even if we had 150,000 square feet of development, that probably still wouldn't happen because parking is a huge hole. And you can just imagine how difficult parking on a river 1.5 feet above the water line would be to provide. So those are the reasons that I support buying it. I want to hear more council comment about whether we should buy it. My only response to Stacy, and I've been very much against, the CDC paid about $2 million to buy the property. Then they want $3 million, and they said it was for expenses. Well, I've never seen an itemized billing of what those expenses were. And as Mike pointed out, is it really fair for the city to have to pay expenses that we had no control over and could not approve? Those are things that bother me too. But all in all, the reason I accept this is what the fair market value of the land is now, $2.9 to $3 million. That's what our independent appraiser has said a willing buyer and a willing seller would probably pay. And that seems like a reasonable, rational nexus for the council to use in deciding on a price to pay. Not that we're trying to make the CDC whole of their expenses. I would not go for that. I would not support that. And that's why I requested that we get this independent valuation. And I'm somewhat in between. I'll wait for further counsel. I do want to go with ahead of it with the purchase. And remember, we're getting back 175, 180,000 worth of sewer taps. So that reduces the price right there below the 3 million. But that's my feeling.
Thanks, Bernie. Did you want to go on?
Sure.
I mean, the question on the table is, we're approving the contract right now.
Right, well.
At that
Bernie,
price.
Those were very cogent comments, I appreciate them. And, you know, my take on where the town is right now is that, one, there are a lot of good things going on. I just found out that the Aspen Community Foundation is gonna office down here. So is Aspen Skiing Company. So is, so are other entities that are moving here. That's all great for the community. We have many things that are going on that people are waiting to happen that we haven't been able to get to, and we're sorry about that. But those include the housing project by Stubbies that, Jackie, you say there's progress being made on that?
Yes, there was a presentation made in Denver. I went with them, and we are still waiting to hear whether they got that additional funding.
Okay, so it's possible that could go on, which would be all on the previous council, but would be a major, major success. We have a kayak park, we have an underpass. There are good things going on. We want to get to a lot of those other good things, like increasing affordable housing, childcare, making sure the underpass gets built properly, paying attention to that, and so forth. This is an imperfect situation. Steve Chase, I hear you. I've been to your presentations. I understand the challenge here. I believe that by putting it on the ballot, we're not forcing anything down anyone's throat, and there's an opportunity to reject it. I have all kinds of reservations about the fiscal prudence of doing this, as opposed to, say, spending $10 million on the kind of plan you proposed in the paper, or a broader build out of the town. I mean, choosing to spend our money this way means we can't spend it other ways. I've got huge reservations, but I think enough people in the community want to at least have a chance to vote on it, that we vote on it. And the result will be two outcomes. One will be it gets voted down, and we're forced as a council to consider a more traditional path like what you're proposing, Steve. You know, go back to the developer and see what we can do. The other outcome that Mike suggested at the one of the last meetings he was at was that you build the park and it's beautiful, and the value of the property goes up, and you sell it and make some money and develop it. And I think there's been a decent amount of talk of compromise here in terms of getting to the park. But the other piece of compromise that I'm asking of from council is that if this passes, that we agree to put some level of development on the park that's more than a civic center. You know, like, let's zone it CSC3. Let's push that zoning rapidly through. Let's use that as a signal to developers that we could put something substantial there. And that, I think, would be a true compromise. Then we can move on. And the next thing we could do is look closely at the Clark's parcel and see what kind of high density development we can get there that will complement the park in the way that many people want to. So, look, this is a tough job. I like it okay, but
less and less every day. I've got to make some kind of, progress here. I think this is a way to make progress, and it's an opportunity for the town to say yes or no. Let's give the town that opportunity. So I support signing this contract. I'd prefer to pay 2.9, but I'll listen to other council people on that question.
Great. Thank you, Bernie and Auden, for your expansive and insightful points. I'm going to bring it just right back to what we're trying to accomplish right here with this second reading on this ordinance and share my thoughts on that. So I wholly support moving forward on a second reading of this contract. We're talking a lot about compromise, and I understand that the CDC is coming in with a compromise of $2,950,000. I personally support the appraised value of $2,090,000. That's what's in my heart that I feel like I can truly get behind for ballot language.
Don't you want to pontificate for a while on other topics?
No, because this is our first item. You guys have done that.
Well,
It's okay.
we won't talk later.
Jen?
You said
2.9.
2,000,000.
Yes.
So not 2,090,000.
Oh, is that what I said? I meant 2.9.
2.9 million.
Yes.
Wow. I gotta say, going away for 20 days, a lot happens in that time, and thank you everyone for keeping it going. With coming back with fresh eyes as well. This is a direction that the community and that multiple councils have been moving towards, and we are so close. And I'm really not stuck on any particular number, anywhere between 2,950,000 to 2,900,000. It's all haircuts. We're all gonna look beautiful the day after. It might need a couple days to grow out, but it's going to work. So that's my piece.
Gary?
So talking about the contract, I mean, to me, I was really looking forward to seeing what the number would come out to be. Because, we've had appraisals in the past that have come, full circle on being really low. And then, you have others that say it's gonna be like 5 million. So it's interesting that it came out to 2.9 million. On this issue, and I'm not gonna pontificate on all the other issues, I got plenty of time to do that in the next 2 readings, but for this issue, if you take a longer view of property and we find a way to compromise with the CDC, because in the end, the Roaring Fork Development Corporation was created to help us solve these issues on the park and give Basalt the time to plan this area. And they are part of a development corporation that could be park development. But through our huge process, we came up with this compromise. And so I'm not gonna argue over $50,000, because if I look 30 years from now, no one's gonna remember that $50,000. So I would love it to be appraised value, but we have a really quick time. I truly believe, let's put this to a vote of the people. And I'm about time, because I've been really thinking that it's time for the voters to choose if they want to do this or not. So I would be, I'd be okay to move forward with the compromise price of 2.95, but if the rest of the council wants to stay at 2.9, I probably could do that too.
Okay, well, I also want to thank everybody for your great comments, and the public as well. I was hoping that the CDC would be okay with 2.9 as the appraised value and agree to that. Just, if nothing else, as a reaching out, showing the public that you're totally in the game. And I've heard some other people say that as well. Is that a possibility?
Anything is possible, of course. And I should have said at the beginning that the good news that we have is the appraised value is close to what we think the property is worth. The bad news is it's close to what we think the property is worth. And so this compromise is not really steeped in any kind of economic analysis. It's merely the way that deals get done in the real world, you know. You split the difference and you move on. You get on to the more important issues. I can't tell you that the board would approve 2.9. I can't tell you they won't. We will definitely sit down and talk to them. If you can go at 2.95, I know Michael and I will do everything we can to get that approved.
And so I guess I would turn to Tom to ask, you still have to go back to your board regardless of whether it's 2.95 or
Yes.
2.9? What's the feeling of the council?
I think we should do 2.9, because that's what we've said we were gonna pay the appraisal, 2.9, and that seems fair to me.
Bernie?
I agree with Auden.
Katie?
2.9.
Jen?
I'll be the last one because I already.
I'm happy to go with that.
I'm 2.9 as well. I would prefer that. Jen?
My only trepidation, yes, I want it for the 2.9, but my only trepidation is if we get caught up in time and if it comes down to what I mentioned of it's taken years and years and years and years to get to this moment right here, right now. How much more time do we have to get there?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the ballot language has to be adopted tonight, but that the amount on the contract is able to be discussed for a while more?
We have some discretion, of course. We've been moving in the direction to get all the decisions made tonight, so that everybody knows when you approve the resolution on the ballot questions, they understand where you are in the contract. I can't say that that's an absolute legal requirement, but you could approve it at 2.9 million if that seems to be the consensus. See what happens.
Well, the reality is that second reading says 3 million. So they have to go back to
Can
their
be-
board, whether it's 2.95 or whether it's 2.9 is my understanding.
Well, they've represented that, let me put it this way. I think you would need to decide what you want to do.
Okay,
And then they decide what they want to do.
okay. I think we're at 2.9.
You don't need an official vote on that number. You do need an official vote on a contract, on approving the ordinance with whatever number you want to see in the contract.
Okay.
If we want to go with compromise, and this is, I mean, buying a house, whatever the case, if we come back and how would we feel about 2.925? I mean, really, as a show of good, if it's coming down to,
I think we're just sending a message right now, and I think we need to go ahead and have second reading. Is that what you would suggest, Susan, Tom?
I would.
Well, just a clarification, what you're thinking about is a motion to approve the contract at 2.9 million,
That's
taking the appraisal
Yes.
contingency out of there, as David.
Well, it'd be moot, yeah, you take it out because it's moot.
Okay.
and Pam, your ballot language.
I guess you
is
could leave it in, right.
It doesn't
You-
matter
Ballot
one
is
way or
next.
another.
It's
Sorry?
next, it's next.
It's due Friday.
The ballot is next. You can
Right.
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
I know.
He has something. Yes, sir, yes. Did you say mayor, ma'am? Okay.
Madam Mayor. Paul Weiser, Klein Alvarado Vio, your bond counsel. Really quickly, I just want to point out that if you have a purchase price of 2.9, they go back to their board, they reject that. You're going to have a ballot question that's certified for the ballot. You might end up in a situation where you have on the ballot a ballot question to purchase land that you don't have a contract for, and then middle of October is the deadline to take that question off the ballot. So I think you just need to be cognizant of how much time you have left to renegotiate that contract with first and second readings.
So what are you suggesting?
I'm just giving you the information.
Question.
Yeah.
So when's our drop dead date for getting a contract approved and getting it certified? I mean, we clearly want a contract to go to the voters with.
Sure. So I don't have the date off the top of my head, but I want to say it's around October 20th. Maybe the week before.
Dave?
We're going to have an answer for you in 48 hours, and we'll either sign a contract or not.
All right. That was easy. Okay.
Then you continue, right?
No.
So we know we,
Take a vote, so you have a position.
so, we do need to hear a motion.
Madam Mayor, I move that the town council approve ordinance number 23, series of 2016 on second reading,
With the amended
the-
price.
With the price.
with a purchase price of $2.9 million.
Is there a second? Second.
Did you want to take out the appraisal?
No, I don't think we do. I
It
think
does, it just
Moot.
becomes a moot
Price,
point.
price is the price.
Any further discussion?
This includes a contingency that, if it gets voted down, we don't have to buy it.
Correct.
And it includes the, still we keep the EQRs for 175,
Correct.
80.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right,
That's number one.
that's number one, geez. Okay, the next one is, resolution, 36, a resolution of the town calling a special election on November 8th for the authorization to incur debt related to the acquisition of 2.317 acres of real property currently owned by the Roaring Fork Community Development Corporation, setting the ballot title and content for the ballot issue and providing other matters relating thereto.
And we're also adding that we're gonna take, our presentation and public comments together, so if we could read 6B also.
Yeah, do them both at
Okay,
the same time.
we're also going to be discussing and taking comment on Resolution 37, a resolution of the town calling a special election on November 8th for authorization to incur debt related to the design and construction of the Basalt River Park Improvement Project, setting the ballot title and content for the ballot issue, and providing other matters relating thereto. Susan, is that you?
It's going to be me. It's really a three-part presentation because we have Paul Weiser here, who's our bond counsel, and he's really going to help us work through the language. And we're also going to put Bruce Kimmel, who's our financial advisor, on the phone. And actually, maybe what I'll do is I'll call up Bruce while Paul just makes a couple introductory comments. I think everybody here knows that we made substantial progress at the last work session a week ago on how we were going to approach ballot. We've talked a lot about it already tonight. And one of the main things was breaking this into two questions. And then the second piece is really on the park part of the proposal that we went with what we call scenario 3. And what scenario 3 was, is it substantially reduced the price of the park improvements. And it did that primarily by taking out the improvements that were scheduled in the Old Palm Park area, and that included Two Rivers Road improvements. We're going to do that out of our current funds. And it also did it by using kind of the baseline park plan, but still kind of keeping the amenities. So we still included the children's play area, we still included the bathroom, the restroom facilities, we still included the stage, but we reduced substantially the amount of the Two Rivers Road improvements, where we're going to knock down Two Rivers Road. So the cost that Bruce is going to go through will reflect that. Probably the most confusing thing that we're going to do tonight is that we have options. And this kind of came out of the discussion that we had at the last meeting, and I'm going to let Paul kind of walk you through those. But we have now 4 options for how we want to refer to the ballot for the land purchase. We have the 3 that are in your packet, and then we had a 4th one, what a citizen had made a recommendation. We slightly tweaked that, so we're going to walk you through that. So 4 options for that, and we have 2 options on the park, the resolution that deals with the park bond. And that one really shouldn't take very much time. I think it's going to be just your kind of gut reaction about how you want to look at it. So when we actually get to the language, I'll probably say a little bit more about why we have all the different options, but just bear with me a second because we're gonna put Bruce on the phone here.
While Susan's doing that, I guess I'll just point out one thing that's been a source of confusion for people, and I don't begrudge anybody for not closely reading the text of Article 10, Section 20 of the Colorado Constitution, but under Tabor, ballot issues shall be decided in a state general election, so that would be this November 2016, in a biennial local election, which would be your April 2018 election, or the first Tuesday in November in odd number year. So that would be November of 2017.
Hey Bruce, just one second. Paul's just kind of wrapping up some Tabor information and then we'll turn over to you.
Can you just say that last part so everybody can hear it, Paul?
So the last option for an election is in a odd number year in November, the first Tuesday of that November. So the options for an election for you are this November 2016, next November 2017, and then again in April of 2018.
Thank you. Hey, Bruce? Are you there?
Can you hear us?
Hi, Susan.
Hey, can you hear me okay though when I'm talking, or do I need to turn it louder?
No, it sounds great.
Okay, so I had asked Bruce really to not give as long a presentation as we had at the work session. This is really more for the value of the public and really to summarize the information in the packet, and we can always kind of come back and ask Bruce questions. And Bruce prepared a little PowerPoint presentation, and this information was included in your packet. But go ahead, Bruce.
So it's taking a few minutes for my PowerPoint to open, you know, as on command here, but let me just pull it up. Hi, everyone. So what we did, excuse me, after last week's meeting was run two more scenarios. One for a $3 million funding of just the parcel acquisition, and then one for a $7 million funding of both the maximum purchase price as well as up to $4 million of park improvements. When we ran the numbers for the ballot questions that sounds like Paul just went over with you, we ran a $3 million and a $4 million individually, but in terms of the fiscal plan, it really made sense to do $3 million and $7 million, because of course you would only be really looking at doing a $7 million of financing if you approved both questions 2A and 2B. But let me just go briefly then into some of the points in the PowerPoint. So the first slide is the same fiscal capacity slide as which was what we showed to you last Tuesday, the 30th. And you'll recall that after we looked at all of the existing debt service and debt service for the underpass, after we factored in the designation of post dollars for other priorities by reserving up to 20% in future years, and after including the extension of the current bond fund tax levy, that's that darkish blue colored column, we arrived at the future capacity in yellow, and over the next 10 years, about $12.4 million. So then if we consider just question 2, in other words, if the voters just approved question 2 and nothing else, you'd be looking at target funding of $3 million. We're estimating a bond par amount of $3 million, $85,000, a maximum altogether interest rate of 3%, and then over 10 years, the debt service would be just under $3.8 million. So then, if you recall what we did last week, we've done the same thing with these scenarios. We compared the future capacity to the River Park debt service, and you can see pretty clearly here how you have quite a bit of annual surplus left over. And again, this is not even including the 20% holdback that you would already be doing from the post funds. So clearly here, while a $3 million investment is significant for the town, it would not greatly deplete your total short asides before I go to the second scenario?
Anybody? Anybody out there have a question about this presentation and what's been said so far?
Can I ask a question?
Wait, actually,
Forever. I just want to say,
All right.
I think Steve will kind of. What's that? My name's Nick Aceto, and I'm a former resident of Basalt. As of last month, my wife and I sold our condo in Willits. And because of all that's gone on here, lack of affordable housing, lack of affordable office space. This is, what you guys are doing right now is embarrassingly poor downtown planning. It's embarrassing. It's really, really bad, guys. Okay? Money aside, if this park was $1, it would still be a bad plan for downtown. Okay? And I just want to thank you because you're pushing probably the last person under 40 out of this town. Okay? Disappointing. Thanks.
yeah.
That's why we have our paid consultant on the phone, giving the entire public vital information that we not interrupt it with additional public comment when we have had public comment and we will have more public comment. I think it's a disservice to the public.
I have questions of Bruce.
Okay, we
That's
already
what Jackie-
called on Steve. Go ahead and ask your questions, but I think he's right, because we are paying by the hour.
Bruce, two things. There is a contingency on the table, as I understand it, that before, that we have to elect to purchase this piece of property before we can invest additional dollars in the park, as it's showing. So in spite of the fact that you've isolated it to $3 million, those of us who would like to see the park completed, are we not looking at a $7 million problem here? Thank you.
Yeah, and maybe I should just have kept going with my slides because that's the next part of the PowerPoint, and then I can just wrap up and take whatever questions there would be.
Yep.
I just wanted to stop droning on for a second. But Susan, should I just keep going with the second scenario?
Yeah.
Okay. So now we're on slide 5, and this is assuming that the voters of Basalt approve both questions 2A and 2B. So now we're looking at a total funding of $7 million, our amount of roughly $7.14 million, and again, a maximum interest rate of 3%, which we're still very confident that we would be under. And here, total principal and interest would be about $8.7 million. So then if we look at that debt service obligation compared to capacity, you can see that the net surplus, again, not counting the 20% post-retainage, is certainly smaller, but we're still looking, if you're looking at that orange column, at approximately $450,000 per year after debt service, and these debt service numbers are well above, what we think you would actually be seeing for debt service if you sold bonds in, even the foreseeable future. So we feel like this is a good conservative estimate of what it would take and how much of your capacity it would take with this combination of questions 2A and 2B. Then just to wrap up, on the 7th slide is the same graphical representation of the debt service and the net capacity available after debt service as before. And then finally, the last slide is the tax impact.
Bruce?
And you saw this before. This is the exact same information as what was shared last week. But you can see with your current debt levy of $562,000 per year, that's in blue.
He's out of control. Hey, Bruce, hold on a second. Do you have a question?
Yeah, Bruce, this is Bernie. How are you doing?
Hi, Bernie. I'm good. How are you?
Good. So go back to that last slide. Yeah. So that yellow is our capacity, excess capacity over the indebtedness.
Right.
Okay, does that include the 20% haircut we gave to the post fund? That is, so there's additional 20% padding in the post fund over and above that capacity.
Yeah, if you went all the way back to the first slide, you would see that that 20% retainage is $325,000 per year. And we're assuming that gets used for operations, maintenance, and other capital priorities as the post committee and as the town council see fit.
So you're basically showing us that we are being conservative and responsible in the amount of debt that we are taking on to do this project?
Well, I think that what I can say is that you're certainly not using even close to your capacity. If we were running up, in not leaving any net capacity, I would certainly have more qualms. Here, I mean, it's certainly a big investment, and I know you're taking it very seriously in terms of asking the voters to extend the debt levy and to utilize this amount of post dollars. But I would say that I feel like we are being conservative across the board, including again with the interest rate component. And so I don't have any red flags that I would wave as your financial advisor with this funding plan.
Thank you.
So then, just finally, everyone, if I can go back to that last slide, I would say that, again, if we look, for instance, at a $500,000 house, for people that weren't here last week, you can see that the current debt levy that the town of Basalt has in place comprises about $146 a year of the property tax bill that people pay each year if your house was valued at $500,000. And because of the way the state of Colorado assesses commercial property at a much higher rate, that amount for a business place that was assessed at or appraised at $500,000, that net impact of the tax levy would be about $533 per year. And I'm taking that from the second column with the $500,000 values. All right, let me stop there and ask if the council and or others have questions.
Rick has a question.
Yeah, Rick.
Hi, Rick Stevens. Got a lot of history with this. Bruce, I have a question on the first time I saw anything come across the table was in December or January from the CDC, which mentioned a $3 million purchase for the land. Up until that point in time, we were trying to execute a pre-development agreement with a developer who would bring forward a land use application that would eventually reimburse the community for the expenses on the developable piece, I think of 1.7 million in infrastructure, and then possibly recover some of the monies that we spent relocating the people that live there. And we also based a 5-year asset management plan on being reimbursed some of those monies, and this seems to have changed that picture kind of significantly. We certainly have a lot of room for going into more debt, but I'm not sure what that does for our general fund. And I don't know if that was taken into consideration, because if I remember correctly, the 90,000 square feet, the 55,000 square feet, and the 40, or it was 90, 75, and 55, we settled somewhere around 47.5, that each of those had an impact on our general fund and capital reserves over the next 5 years. And I just wonder if that got rolled into this at all. I also think that the community would like to know the accounting for what the difference was when they bought it for 2.1 and how we got to 3 million and why that happened. There was a gentleman at the library last Thursday night that didn't have all those answers, but I'd sure like to see if we could figure that out, because that's going to be an opinion that'll be important to know if people are going to support this. But anyway, my main question is was this all rolled into that 5-year management plan? Thanks.
Did you hear that, Bruce?
I did, and we have not been engaged to reconcile this to the 5-year financial plan. I don't know if town staff has taken a fresh look at that. I would point out, as we discussed last week, that this overall fiscal analysis does assume a certain degree of developer funding for the remaining debt service on the taxable bonds that the town issued back in 2014. You might recall those of you who were there or have seen this spreadsheet, the analysis in box B, as in boy, assumes about a 50-50 split of remaining debt service between post-funding and developer funding in years 18, 19, that is 2018 through 2021. And so if that developer funding works to come to pass in some way, shape, or form, that would essentially require more post-funding, and then you would have less net capacity, but you would still have some net capacity in those years after even the new debt service. So that is one thing I guess I would point out, that we still do contemplate some developer participation on that taxable financing, which is appropriate since that taxable debt from 2014 was issued to benefit the CDC parcel. I think in talking about this plan with both Mike Scanlon as well as Judy Tippett, Mike before he left, and then more recently Judy Tippett, I would say that because we really require the extension of the tax levy as well as use of post dollars, I don't think that this plan makes your fiscal forecast any worse, but it also doesn't address some of the issues that I know the council is well aware of in terms of needing to plan for and invest in other city infrastructure. And so I don't think this town infrastructure. I don't think this impinges your ability to do that, but I would agree certainly that it makes sense for town staff to keep working toward ways in which we can improve and enhance the town's ability to make those other infrastructure investments. One thing that Mike did propose, or that I think he had in mind when he suggested that originally 25% set aside on the post dollars and now 20%, is that some of that 20% retainage could be used for town staff time that is used on these major open space projects like the River Park proposal. So if you did see fit as the council to charge some of Susan's time, some of Judy's time towards the post fund, then that would free up more general fund dollars that could be used to rebuild some of the fund balance that you have drawn down, primarily for affordable housing in recent years. So I wanted to just nod at that part of the plan. Of course, this is all council decision making to come, but I think we have been thinking at least indirectly about how this does relate to the fiscal forecast.
Okay, thanks, Bruce. The last I looked, it's Rick again, the last I looked, even at a 90,000 square foot development and being reimbursed the majority of what we put into this, we were still about $750,000 deficit in about 3 years. So it is incumbent on the group up here at the table to try to figure that out, because that leaves kind of a black hole for us that would like to see some of the other amenities developed that Auden brought up. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, anybody up here? Any further questions? We got one.
Is that?
All right, Stacy Kraft again. So Bruce said, quote, "These numbers contemplate some level of developer participation. Therefore, if you're going to be honest and transparent about your numbers, the ballot language on all three of these options has to be changed to reflect the fiscal reality that these numbers that you're presenting to the public and that you're going to be asking people to vote on, they all assume some level of developer participation. The bonds, all three options state that we're voting for acquisition of acreage to be used for commercial, residential, or public purpose building development. You guys could put a public bathroom on that land and call it a day. And we know that that's probably what's going to happen. You're going to put as little on that land as possible. Today's Aspen Times talks about the significant tax bump that Basalt got from lodging taxes over the summer. If you don't allow development on that parcel, and the bond language does not in any way guarantee that there will be developer participation to rebate taxpayers, and we are paying the bill for this, please don't forget that. The bond language, all three of these options, you need to strike out the or public purpose building development, because it's too squishy, it's too funky, and we know you're gonna put as little on there as possible.
Casey, do you
Okay?
have a question for Bruce, because we've got him on the,
Well, I can respond to one point, and I'm sure Paul can nod his head vigorously as well, but the ballot language does not in any way, shape, or form relate to a developer funding of a portion of the 2014 bonds. The maximum annual debt service numbers that we have in there are really just saying worst case scenario, if there's no post dollars, if there's no other funding available, the town voters have to be willing to fund this debt service 100% of property taxes. I mean, Colorado law makes that really clear. So those numbers, including the maximum annual amount, are really just straight up, if you sold these bonds at 3%, and, you know, we took the numbers on what was the maximum debt service, and that is even, I would say, misleading in its own way, it was overly conservative, because you could believe that that maximum annual amount was going to be true for every year, when if you look at the numbers in that dark purple column, you can see that, you know, you're really only looking at those maximum in some of the later years and not the earlier years. So I feel like the town is in good shape in terms of the ballot language, but I would say that certainly for people across the spectrum of beliefs on what should happen at the River Park and the CDC parcel, there probably needs to be some understanding of, okay, here's what the language says, but here's what the town is actually expecting in all sorts of different ways, whether it's post dollars, property taxes, developer participation, and so on.
Well, I wish you'd clarify that. Is or isn't this bond language misleading the public in that it does not include the assumption of developer participation in the funding?
It can't include it. It has to be assumed that the voters of Basalt are taking on this entire burden on themselves. What we've tried to show you with this multicolored spreadsheet is, okay, if you issue these bonds, and if they happen to be at these very high interest rates, much higher than current market, this is what it will mean in terms of utilization of your capacity, both your existing bond levies and your post dollars. That's all we're trying to do. But that, compared to what state law requires for a ballot question, are two separate things. So my spreadsheet is the practical budget impact. What we've prepared for the ballot question are what we hope and trust are the numbers as required by your bond counsel to give you a bona fide ballot question.
So you're saying the taxes and the money we're raising stands on its own without necessarily any developer funding?
Correct.
Thank you.
anybody else?
We can have an opportunity on, okay.
This is just for Bruce.
just for Bruce.
Oh, okay.
Because when he's off the phone, then we're gonna move on to.
Okay. You know, just comparing this to the existing, I mean, it's a way better deal for us, for Basalt to own this. And forgive me for breaking the rules, but I would like to ask this question of our bound council and the council and mayor. When you're negotiating on the price of 2.9 million, I just want to make sure that the entire bond question is not jeopardized if the CDC rejects your offer, that you will be able to say, okay, let's negotiate, because in the scheme of things, whether we paid $4 million for that piece of land, which would be a bargain, or $3 million, which is an incredible bargain, or 2.9, 3 million, it's like, you know, it's insignificant. So I just want to make sure that you have the answer and the opportunity that you're trying to get this for 2.9 million does not tank the whole bond issue. So please, if that's the case, I'd like to get it, you know, if you could respond to that, you know.
I guess I need to clarify what you mean in terms of tanking the bond issue. Are you saying that if the town goes to the CDC at 2.9, does not get 2.9, and then you go to the ballot?
No, then it doesn't go to ballot, or there's some technicality that will not give you time to put it back on to decide to have another meeting.
Sure.
Is that a possibility that that one thing of trying to reduce the price by $100,000 could entirely make this whole thing fail?
So to answer that question, I guess I would just emphasize that tonight is the last night for council to certify an election question to be placed on the November 2016 ballot. The ballot question that is currently written in all four options contemplates the purchase of the CDC property for currently $3,100,000. If you were to come to a purchase price with the CDC that exceeded that amount, you would have to find other sources of revenue to complete that contract, because you are only authorized to issue debt up to $3,100,000 at this point.
Kathy?
I'm still really not clear on that. We authorized $2.9 million, all right? My understanding was they can turn it around within 48 hours. Are you saying tonight is it? We cannot change that bond language from 3 to 2 nobody's talking about going over 3 million.
So no one is going to be able to change the ballot language after tonight. The ballot language that you vote on tonight is going to be sent to the county clerk and recorder on Friday, no later than Friday, and it will be certified for the ballot, and the ballots will be printed.
So they told us 48 hours. So it sounded like, prior to our attorney leaving, that within that 48 hours, before anything goes to print, if they agree to 2.9, then the language would be changed to 2.9. Is that incorrect?
No, we're just gonna keep the language. The plan was over the 2.9. The language gives us the flexibility to go up to the 3.1, so we're okay.
Okay.
The plan was not to go back and change the language.
Okay.
And your only option would be, if you wanna mess with the language, is to have a special meeting on Thursday. But how we were gonna leave it is you approve it, the language gives you the ability, if the price is 2.9, that's what you're paying. And obviously, when you issue the bonds, you're not gonna issue bonds to pay it at 3, you're not issue bonds to pay it at 2.9.
That wasn't totally clear, so thank you.
Sorry, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, now Kathy.
Kathy Click. My question is that it's my impression that the purchase of the park may be eligible for open space monies from Pickens County and Eagle County, which would, in effect, lower the amount of bond that would be required for the town of Basalt. But the landowner is the only one that can go to the counties and ask for the open space contribution. And so if the town if the election passes and the town approves the $3 million or $2.9 million purchase price, and then the town goes to open space and trails, how does that affect the bond standing? And my second part of the question is, are you talking about a developer participation in terms of a developer buying the piece of property, or making an additional contribution for expenses already spent in addition to a purchase price?
I'll answer the first part of that question, then I think Bruce is better qualified to answer the second part. So if in the event the town approves the purchase of the CDC property, and then would theoretically have the ability, if they own the land, to then go to Pickens County and ask for open space money, unfortunately, they wouldn't have ownership of the land until they issued the bonds. So before you have that $3 million, you'd have to come to some sort of agreement that Pickens County would reimburse the town for whatever expenses they would incur in terms of issuance of the bonds.
In an earlier presentation, my understanding was that you're going to the ballot and you're asking for X amount of money. And that's the amount of money that you're going to have. And then if you have partners or if people purchase part of the land, then you just pay down the bonds. I mean, it's not like you have to change something.
Right. So under one scenario, you can be authorized to issue bonds in the amount of $3 million, purchase the CDC property, and then with partners, you can negotiate to be reimbursed or just be paid for the right to use the property, and you can directly use those funds to pay down the bonds immediately.
That's what I thought.
Right. So Bruce, could you answer the second part for Kathy?
Sure, and so just to piggyback on what Paul said, we have a number of ways we can bridge that chicken and egg situation with Pitkin or Eagle, either by using temporary debt or just working with both parties to understand that the town has, you know, this concrete contract to purchase, and just working it so that we end up bonding for the right amount, net of their county contributions. But there's any number of ways that we can make sure that the purchase gets executed, and what we don't want to do is issue, 10-year bonds for the full amount and then have Pitkin and Eagle come forward with their open space money and then have the town still paying debt service on the full amount without the ability to pay down the debt, right? So we recognize that and would be looking for ways to make sure that we issued the right amount of long-term debt and got everything executed. In terms of the other part of the CDC parcel, the western portion that has been looked at for private development, and what I meant by developer participation. So we discussed last week the likelihood that the town would be issuing some amount of taxable debt for that portion of the CDC parcel that could be privately developed. And that would be either by a for-profit developer or a non-profit developer or both. The IRS doesn't really distinguish. They just say anything that is a non-public, as in town use, is private activity, essentially. And so just to make sure that we kept our nose clean there, you would be issuing taxable debt to acquire that portion. This is all still part of the same $3 million in question 2A, but on the actual execution of those bonds, we would likely have part of that be taxable and part tax exempt. And again, we've contemplated all of that in the 3% maximum interest rate as well. So we're really not, so that's one aspect of what we're talking about with developer participation, and presumably a developer would pay the town some amount for that property, and we could use then those sale proceeds to pay down rapidly that taxable debt that the town would issue for that portion of the CDC parcel. So that is also part of the game plan that we've been thinking of, is how do we make sure that, if and when the town does sell that property, that portion of the CDC parcel, it can then use those sale proceeds to pay down whatever debt was issued for that portion of the acquisition. But as it relates to my spreadsheet, our spreadsheet at Eller's, and the developer participation in paying the 2014 bonds, that was really contemplating above and beyond some amount of reimbursement for all of the improvements that were made to the property from those 2014 bonds. And so that gets to Rick Stevens' point a little bit. It's really candidly a placeholder, and it's about $900,000. It's a fraction of what is all into that parcel, but it's an acknowledgement that there should be some ability of a private party to help repay that portion of the debt that was incurred. And so above and beyond a land acquisition, that there could be through some form of developer fees or other aspects of a developer agreement, a form of financial sharing of that remaining debt service cost. So that was a really long answer, getting back to the spreadsheet, but there were a few elements there with the taxable bonds, the use of sale proceeds to pay those bonds, and then finally some additional revenues that seemed reasonable to put in there as a placeholder. But it would also be very easy for us to show the town those scenarios without any developer contribution. And it's very simple math. If you take that $900,000 out, you can see how it flows through and requires more post dollars to be used towards that debt service.
Okay. Yeah, Bernie.
Bruce, we're telling the public in the ballot language that we would pay up to 3% for these bonds. What in fact, if we issue them more at like 1.7, the current market rate, where does that savings show up? How is it allocated?
Bernie, it just means that that dark purple column is smaller and you use less of your capacity that we've calculated. You know, the town isn't obligated to keep that current debt levy at the current $562,000, nor is it, required to use that much post money towards this bond issue. So if you are able to execute on a bond at a lower interest rate, that just means that you've got more options as a town council to redirect those funds towards other priorities.
So, but could we lower taxes with that excess?
You could. I would say that would be time to revisit your 5-year fiscal forecast,
Yes.
right, and look at your other.
And we need to develop a
priorities. But yes, you could absolutely
Yes.
opt to lower your debt levy.
Thank you.
Others? Okay, Bruce, is there anything else, Susan, for Bruce?
I think that's all, Bruce, and Bruce, I'll just text you if I have a question, you can close off, and then, if there's some desperate need for something, I'll text you, does that work?
That works.
Okay, thank you,
Yeah,
thank
he
you.
loves that idea. We're gonna text you all night. Okay, so next.
Well, next we're gonna go to Paul, and Paul's gonna kind of walk us through our 4 options. And before we do that a little bit, I just wanna know why do we have 4 options. So here's the 4 options, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And Paul is gonna tell you legally what's preferred. And I'm just gonna explain why we got into them. So these are for the land purchase, and we're gonna do that one first. We're gonna just briefly talk about the park. There's 2 options on that. And again, that was more form over substance. The reason we got into this is it's obviously easier to be general, and it gives us more flexibility, and Paul's gonna speak to that. And I think everybody would prefer to do it that way. The reason that we have the different options really came out of comments that we got during the open houses, where some people were concerned that the town would acquire the property and make it all park, and some people could get behind the bond if they were kind of guaranteed that we had the compromise solution of amount of development that we had on the park. And so that's why we have the options. It gets complicated though when you do that. And part of it is that I think that one of the complicating factors is, one, or what are the uses? And I know it was mentioned, like, why do you have residential in there? The reason we have residential in there is just not to, I mean, I know no one wanted condominiums, but in the end of the day, there might be a development plan that has a couple condominiums that make the financial sense, that you don't want to throw it out at this time. Another thing is we want to make sure, one reason for one is we want to make sure that we can allow affordable housing. That was something that I said before at the work session a week ago, that I was kind of surprised how often it came up in the open houses, that people wanted to see that use of the property. And another, issue is that we do have some interest by nonprofits. We might want to make sure that the language is broad enough to do that. One of the kind of late coming ideas was that the art base, instead of maybe expanding on the existing location, might go over there in the polygon. And so that was one of the reasons that we tweaked the language we did. Another C2, we want that to be a public park. But what's going on in B? And so that's, you know, one reason the language was written the way it is to cover that. You know, the council's mentioned before that it might be part of the private development piece. We want to make sure that if Art Base or some kind of other organization want to go there, we can go there. But we also wanted this, if it was 3 small restaurants, how in the Harry Teague plan, you know, they had the kind of the food court with the event center, and that's the reason we have those words supporting uses. So when it says public park and supporting uses, that's what we were getting at. So now I'm going to turn it over to Paul, and he's going to go over the legal thing, and then we're going to have the fun of once we, I think before we really narrow down on the language, I think that would be the time really to start taking public comment, because that's, I think, one item the public might want to make comment on. Then the intent after public comment was going to be to actually kind of grind through the language. I mean, hopefully there's a general direction everybody wants to go so that we can kind of narrow down. We're not looking at all 4. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to Paul.
Thanks, Susan. So I guess I have a few prefatory remarks before we actually get into discussing the options. First of all, for you and the people in the audience, the first paragraph and the third paragraph are the same in all 4 options. They all contemplate an increase in debt of up to $3,100,000 with a maximum repayment cost of $3,800,000, with town taxes not to exceed $710,000 in any given year. And that just mirrors the modeling that Ellers has put together. Secondly, I would remind everyone, as we've discussed before, that this question, Bruce likes to call it the doomsday scenario. I like to prefer to call it the sandbox because it sounds better. And we're basically setting the parameters that the town can play in, right? So you cannot exceed the numbers in here, but that means that you can play in a smaller area. So the numbers up here are the highest you can go, but if you have a bond, if you end up at a place where you have a developer who can come and reimburse you tomorrow and will contribute, or if something happens in terms of the market where interest rates are going to be significantly lower, lowering your principal, these numbers are not going to be exactly what are reflected in the bond question. Finally, I can't do anything about paragraphs 1 and 3. They're required by the Colorado Constitution, and they're just there. I'm happy to explain them to anyone who would like them explained. I walked through that 3 weeks ago, and I think the mayor was about to kill me by the end of it, so we'll skip that part for tonight. So before we get to the options, I just want to lay out kind of the legal framework for you guys to have when you're considering these questions and the reasons that we have these options, starting from more general, ending in more specific. Obviously, Colorado voters have been voting on debt questions for quite some time, long before Tabor ever became part of the Colorado Constitution. Unfortunately, there's not a ton of Colorado case law on kind of what happens when voters vote on these questions. But the few cases that we do have give people in my position a little bit of pause. There's a case called the City of Denver versus Kerrigan, which was decided by the Colorado Supreme Court in 1961, where the voters of Denver authorized the city to do 15 projects with their bond proceeds. And if those 15 projects were completed, there were 5 others the city could choose from in which they could then go ahead and do if they had extra money. The city did 14 of those projects and decided the last one wasn't necessary, and so they went and did one of those other 5 projects. The city was sued because they specifically said they were going to do those 15 projects, and they ended up not using the bond proceeds for those purposes. So the Colorado Supreme Court said, City of Denver, you have to go find the money somewhere else, and you have to go build that 15th project, even though it's not necessary anymore. So the Colorado Supreme Court has told us that if in a ballot question you say you're going to do something, you better do it with those bond proceeds. Now, there was a case in 2003 involving the city of Golden, and their ballot question basically asked if a new rec center could be built and improved upon, and a auxiliary center could then be built in addition to that first project. Bonds were issued, and the city of Golden went ahead and they improved the existing facility and then decided they weren't going to do that additional project. The Colorado Supreme Court said that the city of Golden had discretion to use those bond funds, but whether or not that failure to construct that additional facility was a matter of fact as to whether or not, a question of fact as to whether or not it was in the discretion of the city. And so it had to go back to a trial court for them to decide if that was beyond the bond question, and if it was within the power of the city to do that. Unfortunately, the city settled that question out of court, so we don't have an answer to that. So between those two questions, we have a Supreme Court saying that if it's in the bond question, you have to do it. And in another case saying, well, it's up to a trial court to decide if it's so egregious that you have to then go and build the bond project with other proceeds. So there's a fine line, and it's not clear to us where that line ends. But that's the balancing act that we have when we're trying to put these questions together. And so my job, if you pass this ballot question, is to eventually issue an opinion that says these bonds were validly issued. And part of that question is, are you doing the project that was legally authorized by the voters? And that's a really tough question to answer if you're getting into very specific projects, because if you don't do it, it's very possible that you're violating your bond question.
And also, Paul and I talked, and I think I talked to every single one of you today as well, about the fact that on the more specific parts of it, we have passed resolutions. We can pass future resolutions. We can work with whatever campaign committee to be more specific and to, if you can, keep it out of the ballot language and in resolutions or other ways, making the specifics other ways, so that if you say 0.7 acres and it isn't 0.7 acres, you're not got a gun to your head for some reason or another.
That's true. So this is a document in the overall election. Obviously, it's what people will be voting on, but presumably there will be a campaign effort that will go out and explain these, and there will be campaign materials that will go out and explain this project. But, so, go ahead, Bernie.
Okay. So we go with option 2, which is 1/3 of an acre for park and supporting uses. With that language, could we allow a pavilion to be built on that so-called polygon, which is a figment of imagination, but, you know, a carved out irregular piece of land? Could we allow that to be built there and used for commercial money-making purposes as part of the supporting park uses?
Yes.
You could?
I would argue that you could.
Okay. What about the art base? Could you allow a nonprofit to put up a structure there for their use as part of supporting park uses?
I don't know that, I mean, this is a good question, and it's not entirely clear to me that the art facility, it would depend how it's used, right? Whether or not that would constitute a supporting use. I think it would.
And that's really why we created option 3, which option 3, and that just shows you what the problem is, and we get so specific, but that was why we took this .337 and said it's either a town river park and supporting uses or for commercial, residential, and public purpose building development. And that's why we actually did option 3.
That doesn't satisfy me at all, but we'll discuss that with council later.
Sure. So I know that was long-winded, but I just really wanted to emphasize kind of the framework in which you're working in.
Yeah,
And so I think it's important now to go to option 1, which essentially will say, sorry.
Just ask one thing.
Absolutely.
Which one did we basically point to at the last meeting?
You pointed at option 1.
Exactly option 1?
With
We
the
have
addition,
residential?
with the addition of residential and public purpose. You originally appointed at option 1.
So prior to that, it just
It just said commercial.
Okay.
I think that's right.
Well, there were earlier versions that had that happen.
But basically, at the last meeting, we ended up with option 1 without residential and without public purpose. I'm just trying to remember.
I believe that's correct. There have been a lot of iterations of this, so the timeline is a little fuzzy in my head.
Right.
So option 1 provides for, obviously we know, 2.317 acres that will be developed for commercial, residential, or public purposes. And that's it. And so it just generally says, this is what we're going to do, and it's going to be to the council's discretion as to ultimately what that's going to look like. So you don't currently have a project necessarily in front of you. You don't know who your developer is. You don't know what that proposal is going to be. This question gives you the most flexibility in order to address any proposal that comes before you.
Okay, let me ask you this. Susan had hinted at, do we want to throw all these ideas back in the mix and discuss them all?
Well, we want to
I
go
mean,
through the options.
I think
and
we
get-
should.
I think
Right.
before you really discuss it, I think you want to get the public.
Okay,
comment.
that's
That-
fine.
that was
Okay.
really the
Good
intent.
idea. Okay,
So
Paul, go ahead.
option 2 then says that 1 acre will be used for commercial, residential, or public purposes, and the remaining 1.317 acres will be used for town river park and supporting uses. So under that scenario, if you wanted to do a development that took up 1.2 acres, you likely couldn't do that development, or at least you'd have to go to court to find out. Option 3 gets more specific, and it says that 1.08 acres of the property will be used for commercial, residential, or public. A minimum of 0.9 acres will be used for a town river park, and anything remaining, which I assume would be the polygon, 0.337 acres will be used either for a river park or for commercial, residential, or public purpose. So you have slightly more flexibility with option 3 than with option 2, but less flexibility than option 1. Finally, option 4, which was suggested by a member of the public, in which we tweaked slightly, just because I think it was a little bit smoother this way, provides that of the 2.317 acres, between 0.59 acres and 1 acre of the western portion of the CDC property will be used for commercial, residential, or public purposes, and the remaining acres will be used for park and supporting purposes. So that provides a good amount of flexibility in terms of how much will be used for commercial, but puts a cap on it, and then whatever you don't use for commercial is going to be town river park.
Okay.
Can I try to help us move through this? I know I failed last time.
No, you didn't. We're going to take public comment.
Yes,
Public
yes,
comment, and then you can do the chair.
Okay, and I am going to ask Gary to coordinate this for 1 second because I have to go for a minute.
Bathroom break? There's two people. I was about to say, we should go for a bathroom break, and we're gonna lose 2 people. So just do it quick if you have to go. Because otherwise we lose 2 for a public comment.
Can I also just really quickly say, I don't have a dog in this fight as to what you do, and I know that my comments probably seem to push you in a certain direction. That's just where I'm coming from a legal standpoint, because I just want to have you in a position where you're least likely to get sued. What you end up choosing is your own policy decision.
And you don't want us coming back, Paul, you told us to choose
That's exactly
this."
because I would rather be the bad guy tonight than in February when I say, sorry, you can't issue your bonds or do your project.
Thanks. So take a 5-minute break.
Or less.
Less.
Just like.
3 minute.
We are. I won't say we're sorry you can't hear us, because they won't hear us if I say that. Okay, so, are we ready now for public comment? Okay, we're gonna take public comment on basically ballot language. So do you,
On both ballots, on both 36 and 37.
it's still just ballot language. So are there people that have comments regarding the ballot language? Somebody, okay.
Be merciful, everybody.
Yeah, be merciful.
I know it's long, and I think it's great that you've taken all this time to really ferret out all of the pluses and the minuses. And I would just encourage council to look at the options that have the most flexibility, because if you say you're going to make an acre, or you're going to have an acre of development, you have to have an acre of development. That's how I'm interpreting it. Even if there's some amazing thing that says less than that would be good, you have to do an acre. Or if you're saying you have to do the polygon, maybe there's something that doesn't want that. So I would just be very cautious about that. And so after looking at this, I like option 4 myself.
Of course you do. Okay, Greg.
Okay, you have 4 options. My opinion, 1 and 3, you probably should kick them to the curb. So you have options 2 and 4. You know, one of the things that happens is that you sit in a room, you never know what's going to happen in the future. We can all guess, we don't know. We don't know. So one of the things you have to say is, since we don't know, and we're not all knowing, maybe we have to have some things that some people call escape clauses. I call them sunset clauses. An example of a sunset clause is that, let's say we chose option 2, and that is our plan. But a sunset clause would be something you might add at the very end, which says, if such and such has not been enacted by a certain date, then it's null and void unless it's actively signed on by the existing councilors at that time. That gives you an escape clause if circumstances change. At some point, you can cut your losses and change direction. So if you really like option 2, but you're afraid of exactly what Mark's afraid of, and I'm kind of afraid of it too, that would give you an opportunity, maybe not this council, but as we get into this several years down the road, you're not stuck with it for eternity. One of the things that you see out here lots of times is people get approvals, and then circumstances change, and it's, oh no, it was approved, there's nothing we can do. That's why sunset clauses really matter. I like option 4 because it's a little vaguer than option 2, but no matter what you do, I really think you should consider a sunset clause, and all that means is that, just to reiterate, if you don't actively sign on a continuation, it expires. So you can forget about it, and it expires. You know, if we all have amnesia, we're all gone, it's a new council, whatever, it can expire, and you're not held to it if circumstances have changed. It's just a consideration. I just don't think we're all knowing, and this is a way for us to say, we have a pretty good idea what we want, this is the direction we want to move, but circumstances may change, and this gives us a way to end it unless the next council or this council signs off to continue. And then they also sign it off and only continues to a certain date until maybe the project's done. So I'm either 2 or 4, but I'm totally in favor of a sunset clause, and I feel like if we don't have a sunset clause, that we're maybe a little bit overconfident in our ability to predict the future.
Thanks, Greg. Okay, who else? Yes, Tony.
Hi, for the record, my name is Tony Kronberg, and the 2 speakers before myself, they had a different version of what these questions mean, and what I'm going to bring forward is a third interpretation of what these questions mean. And I think that just goes to show what your bondsman attorney is trying to stress that you really want to keep it as simple as possible so that voters can really understand what the ballot question is asking. And what that ballot question is, when it gets approved by the voters, that is what they are entitled by law to expect. So option 1 is the one that I would vote for, because that's got the most flexibility, because you don't have any acreage tied into it. And I believe, if I understood correctly, that the attorney also said that option 1 gives you the most flexibility. It's the most simple question for anyone to understand. And the message that needs to be gotten out there is Basalt's going to own this piece of property. And by owning it, you can move into the future knowing that if Clark's Market, or a Crossway, I still call it Clark's Market, but if that site gets bought out and a hotel is put there, and you want to change a different kind of usage on that park, you're not tied into these parcels, how they're laid out right now. So my understanding, I like to keep things as simple as possible. I like to know what it is that I'm voting on. And it boils down to not so much a trust factor, but what you're legally bound by when voters approve that. And Mayor Wissett, you brought up a good point in answering some of the questions with the attorney here, is that you have a lot of documentation, all your prior resolutions and all your master planning and all the open houses that will guide you in the direction. And I just don't want to see, if you have a wonderful opportunity to come across the way, that you're basically going to be tied into these little bitty parcels about what you can do. Because who knows, maybe you might want to put more development over there and more activities over here, or more development over here, and more other type of uses. But that would just be my recommendation. I would vote for option 1. Okay, all right, thank you.
Anybody else? Margot, I guess you're the only one left. Yes, Margot? Margot, well, I guess you don't need to stand up because there's no, oh.
We have the recording and the rebroadcasting.
Oh, okay, so I guess, yeah.
Sorry.
If you're injured, you could take a,
No, that's all right.
okay.
It's good to move. I don't have a whole lot to say. I have been going back and forth on these, and when I saw option 4, I went, golly, gee, here we go again. Okay. The one thing I'd like to see is the removal of residential from this, because when I was involved in the Our Town process, I think that one of the things that made people fly off the whatever when they saw the big proposal was the residential portion of it. And I heard a lot of no residential, no residential, no residential. And I hate seeing it back on there. I don't think it's I really support affordable housing, but not here. Not here. And that, and I go back again to option 2, because I think the 1 acres of said property to be made available for commercial and or public purpose development kind of locks in, and I would actually add the western portion of said property to it. I kind of like that little phrase, so that everybody knows where the 1 acre is they're talking about. It is for commercial. And let it go at that, because that satisfies the people who think that, if we don't have it in there, it's going to change and become all park, because everybody's a park fanatic. Somebody says, well, what about having a commercial space? Well, if it doesn't say that it's going to be commercial, who's going to hold your feet to the fire? If it, like he said, the bond council said, if you say 1 acres is going to be available for commercial, thus that's what it is. And I'm sure somebody's going to pick up, want to buy it. I would bet, anything that somebody would come along and want to purchase this piece of property, no matter what they want to build it for. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you. All right. Everybody else gets another 30 seconds too.
Just the one thing is that there's a group of people that want a very small amount, and an option 4 would give you that flexibility, so you don't have to do the acre. If you go with option 1, I'm not going to vote for option 1 because it doesn't give you anything, and I think that you owe it to the people to give them something. So please, not option 1. And
Sit down.
Thank you.
Down. Okay, Greg, you guys are being silly.
No, not. I agree, you have to have some area that's not gonna be open for development, so option one has to be out. This is the linchpin that works for that. This is the linchpin that connects that. This has gotta be open. That's my 30 seconds. So whatever you pick here, you have to guarantee that this is not separated from that by some form of development.
Okay, we are moving on. Okay, it wasn't a public hearing, but we're closing it anyway. So I'll go first just because I talked to Mark today as well. His mom is injured, so he wasn't able to come tonight. But he and I agree that there is a smart, paid gun sitting in the room right in front of us that we are paying for his opinion. And I have to support the idea of not tying this down. One of the problems I have had with being on elected boards across the board is that every single council I have sat on thought they knew best and that future councils didn't know as much. And so let's lock in everything so that nobody else can have a different thought. I personally think that that's the wrong way to approach it and that future councils and future communities might want to do something different. So, and I definitely, if you say, make it available for development, I think that could be interpreted to mean you have to make it all available for development. And I also feel the same way about the park issue is, it says 1.3 or if it says 1.7, maybe something else wants to happen as far as the size of the park. So Mark and I had an in-depth conversation about this today, and so he and I agree on that part. I also don't like the fact that residential came back into this thing. I don't remember any of us asking for it. In fact, I thought we even decided that public purpose could be affordable housing. Is that true?
So affordable housing is a little tricky because depending on the development, it could be part of a commercial project. If the town were to do it on its own, some people could argue that it's not a commercial development. It's just affordable housing project. So it could potentially get shoehorned into a public purpose building, and I'll defer to Susan as to how the code addresses this, but public purpose could mean a lot of different things. And so
Okay,
I don't know
all
if the
right.
code actually defines it.
Well, I just don't recall us saying, let's make sure we put residential in there, and residential wasn't there before. I also feel that the wind has been blowing in the whole planning process that that residential was not a preferred use on this parcel.
Okay, I'll say something. Option one, I think, is dead in the water politically. No one's gonna vote for it. I just don't, it doesn't say enough. So people who fear an all park won't vote for it, and people who fear all development won't vote for it. On the residential piece, I think it should be in there because there's a scenario down the line where you could have a thing the town really, really, really wants, and the only way to finance it is 2 condos on top of the thing. And the town should be able to accept or reject that. It just doesn't make sense to close off that option. I think, looking at these, option 3 to me leaves the most possibility for doing things. It would allow, I just heard the idea of, okay, maybe Arc Base goes on the polygon. Well, you could do that there. There's a lot of conversation here about, well, if you aren't exactly right, Paul, that someone's gonna come in and sue you. Well, if it's that specific where Gary, your thought that, well, there's an alleyway so it's not actually developed, like if people are gonna come sue us over that, they should come sue us, because that's crazy. I mean, that's not the real, it's just, we can't operate in that kind of a world. So I'm supportive of option 3. I really think option 1 is a political non-starter.
I'm essentially in Auden's camp for the same reasons. I would make one small little bit request that I think has a big optical impact, and that is, I think the park has to be 1 acre, not 9/10 of an acre.
Yeah, yeah.
And you can take it from that .108 of the 8, and you can, mostly you would take it from the polygon, which is a confusing concept. I'm not sure that I support the polygon. Is that going to confuse more people? It's not fish, it's not fowl, it could be this, it could be that. I mean, and I understand as from good governance where Jackie is coming from, that you never want to tie an elected body's hands in the future because ideas and needs could change. But we are talking about passing this in November. This is a political decision, first and foremost. And it's going to end up with good things, whatever, but we have to get the voters to pass. And there's voters who want definitely an acre of commercial development, and they don't trust us. And there's people for the parks who want at least 1 to, I would say 1.3 for park, and they don't trust us if we don't guarantee them that. And I'm just with Auden. If it comes down to splitting hairs, worry about that later. Let's get it solid. People are always saying, show us the model, tell us exactly what you intend to do, and that's how.
Well, when I looked at our council packet, and we had option 1, 2, and 3, I looked at option 3 and I was like, no way, never. Because it's too convoluted. It's numbers flying everywhere, and I don't really know, where's that 1 acre, where's that .9, what are you talking about? And then .337, oh my God, no, I can't even look at this anymore. So to me, unless we totally rework option 3, it is too much stuff.
What about 2? That's clear.
So if I go to my Katie brain, my apolitical brain, and go with what my mind draws me to, it's option 1, because that's what our legal advice is saying. This is what you do. You have years and years of experience. But unfortunately, I am in a political position, and having to make a decision to make a palatable option for our public. Therefore, option 2 seems reasonable to me. I understand that it is flawed with this 1 acre and the contemplation of, does it have to be one huge solid block of 1 acre? Or can we have it broken up? That still has to be discussed. But the language that I think would help me with option 2 is if you added western portion. Because we, I feel as a community, have all decided that we want that V. Option 2, option 1, and even option 3, none of them protect the V. But if we could somehow add western portion, we've got our V protected. We're doing something that's clear and solid and meeting what the community continues to say they want.
What about residential?
Well, all along I've believed that it's unconscionable to put residential on a parcel in which we eliminated our de facto affordable housing and removed a critical portion of our community and told them to go find someplace else to live. To replace that with something other than affordable housing, I find unconscionable. So I would strike residential and keep commercial and public purpose, knowing that public purpose could allow us to provide necessary housing. I do understand Auden's point. I totally hear you on that. But I'm just gonna go with where I stand ethically.
Let me just, one note on that is that it's no more unconscionable to replace those trailers with a park than with a condo.
I would say it's still public use, and it is inclusive and not exclusive.
I have a question, Paul.
Did you say residential or not?
I personally would prefer residential, but it's not a sticking point. I don't feel strongly. Question to Paul is, I like that western part, is very good. I have no problem if you want to strike residential. Could we not say that developable, 1 acre of developable, subject to the zoning of the town of Basalt?
So I guess my problem with that would be, what if the council fails to act? And I think that bondholders are going to be in an awkward position if there's a contingent clause within the election question that would prevent the project from actually being able to be completed.
That we would not elect to zone it?
Yeah.
Well, I think that's practically nil, that we won't zone that.
Well,
I mean, we are looking at we're looking at commercially serving zoning for exactly, we are committed to enact that zoning in some way, shape, or form.
Sure. Well, I mean, so I guess I would back up and say, I don't think the language is necessary because you're going to have to zone it to begin with, correct?
Yes?
No.
No,
It
it doesn't have to be. It's what, C2 right now?
Somebody asked for it.
Unless it's C2, right? So that,
Well, regardless, Bertie's statement was you have to be consistent with zoning, and that kind of goes without saying. I don't know that it added in. I don't know the point that you were trying to get at.
to allay the fears of the people who say, then somebody comes in where it's 3 stories high and it is exactly 1 acre square footage, wall to wall. And to me, which it seems nonsensical, but does this say you've got to do that? I would rather have that extra protection that it's subject to the town zoning. And we're looking at a reasonable zoning for that.
Okay, well, let's let everybody else say
Yeah.
their piece too, and then circle back on that part. Jennifer, you've been on vacation, you can work now.
I can, but I tell you, this is, like, my river bedtime was, half hour ago, so. I have questions about resolutions and Jackie's comment of, we do have so much that states where our direction has been going. And putting myself in my public brain, I have the question of, and now that I am actually a public official, it seems that it would be somewhat easy to go off in another direction. And I'm not stuck on what our direction is, and not stuck with it being this legacy that we have drawn here that Steve Chase has alluded to. And so that's what my question is somewhere in the middle there. I need some sort of ballot language here that assures that the entire 2.3 acres cannot become high-end residential. And I'm not sure which one is that, Paul?
It's not option 1.
Mm-hmm.
Option 4 really limits the amount of, I mean, it guarantees that there's some commercial.
No residential.
What about just by stating no residential?
Yeah, I mean, if you just get rid of residential, then you eliminate that problem.
Okay, so then with that, easy answer. I definitely am going to align myself with Katie in that I do not want to see residential in there. Speaking from BAC, the Basalt Affordable Community Housing, we have not considered affordable housing on the CDC parcel. It has never been discussed. This is like brand new. And it's not viable to have affordable housing on that plot unless the town gives the land for free. And that's not part of the whole language and conversation that we've had, that we need some sort of financial, sure, it would be dreamy. I mean, it would be so dreamy, but it's not realistic. And so in order to, just put that word out there of gentrification, we need to not have residential in there because that's only what is viable on that property. So I am going to align myself with Katie. I do like option 2 with western portion written into there and striking residential.
Okay.
My
Mr. T.
last,
Mr. T.
I've done ballot issues for the county before, and dealing with ballot issues, every bond council is very conservative on it because they're gonna have to get us the bond in January. And so we need to be careful about that because of the fact, it's not as simple as Auden said, alleyway, that's the issue. It's, your language is what you have to do in your project. I mean, so, you know, if we as a council feel, and we want to put it out to the voters to see if they agree, is to say it's 1.317 acres of property used for Town River Park. It is exactly 1.317 acres of park. The rest of it, that 1 acre, is going to be made for what you say it's going to be made available for. And if you choose, or somebody in the future chooses to create a little pocket park in the middle of that, it changes you can't do that. And so, you know, I want to be very careful about that, because the reality is you keep it a little more open-ended because it's so legally entwined. And so, you know, if you really want to be careful with the language, I'm totally comfortable with putting the western portion. I think that's a good part, because all along I've been pushing, and I've seen the community push for the V and the view planes. So I'd like to see that. I am absolutely, I think I've said it a million times, against putting residential on this property. We did not talk about it for affordable housing, and I am against it. I am absolutely against trying to make a development work by giving 2 residential pieces for that development. I'm against it. That's never part of my compromise on this whole thing. So I'd like to strike residential. You know, I definitely understand that we want to get this passed. So I'm willing to compromise and not make it simple, option 1. But how do we do that with, you know, making sure both sides are good with some flexibility? Because you put specific acreages in it, we're gonna have to be stuck with those specific acreages. So that's my question to everyone, is that basically, I'd like to see westernmost, and I would like to see residential striked, and westernmost added, but then on the pieces, I'm definitely willing to look at some type of compromise to make it all work. But I just want to be really careful, because I don't want to be sitting here in a year and a half going, oh, look what we did.
Yeah, exactly. So what would your compromise be, given that I'm equally afraid to put acreages? What seems safer? Because we got to decide.
What if we go option 1 and have blah, 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 the first line, located in the town and currently owned by the Roaring Fork Community Development Corporation to be used for commercial on the western portion, or public purpose building development and a town river park and supporting uses?
On the remainder? Or
On the remainder.
How much of the western portion?
She's just saying commercial on the western portion.
But no, that's what Bernie's question is. How do you define how much of it?
Well, you guys, I mean, if there's a majority that is wanting to define the acreage, and I think that there's a possibility that we will look back and say, that was the wrong answer, versus, and I know you're thinking that it might not get passed. I think it will get passed. I think it will get passed because we have been going in a direction that looks like that right there for a very long time. We should also pass, we talked about this today, a resolution in support of, we could say a resolution, in our resolution, could we say more specifically X and X? In our campaign documents, could we be more specific about acreage?
So the Fair Campaign Practices Act, which, by the way, will take effect tonight, says that the town cannot use any public dollars to advocate for or against a ballot issue, with a few exceptions. One of those exceptions being that you can pass a resolution in favor or against the ballot question. It doesn't say, I think it's probably best if you just pass the resolution that say we support issue 2A and 2B and leave it, and then leave the advocacy to this is what we're going to do to your campaign literature, which will obviously be funded by a separate entity.
So, I mean, Gary sounds like he's willing to compromise and put acreage in there. I mean,
I want to get it through tonight. I want to get,
we have to get it
I
through.
want
have
to,
no choice. Tonight you gotta get it
because
This is it.
I
We're gonna
truly
sit
believe
here
it,
till
and
we
I've
get it.
heard a pretty good majority that we
We have
want
3 more
acreage.
hours.
But, you know, the only other thing, I've been reading over option 4 a lot, and to me, option 4 provides a compromise. I'm still worried about putting the acreages in there, but I don't know, I look at it going, I really worry about it. And it's like, and one question that I had was, Greg brought up a sunset clause. I never heard of a bond issue that we could ever even think about a sunset clause. It would be totally illegal.
No, I mean, bondholders would lose their mind.
Yeah, so, sorry, Greg, but, I mean, it's complete. No, I wanted to bring it up just so you clarify that it's like that. We've got to be clear in the bond language. We don't usually ever get more, specific than this, but I'm willing to listen to other.
Yeah, Bernie.
I don't think option 4 will at all satisfy the people who want some significant development, including Auden and I. A half acre is simply not enough. You
It's
want to
0.6.
amend that to 1 acre, and then there is no difference between 4 and 2. Because 1 acre minus 2.3 is still 1 point.
Bernie, I know we've done these calculations, but what is the square footage of a half acre?
I don't have it right off.
I mean, if you built lot line to lot line on a half acre, that sounds huge to me.
26,000.
21.6.
On,
So
okay.
21.6, and then you go up 2 floors.
Is that going to support a 35-room condo hotel?
If you turn around and look at the model, that was one of the models.
And what are you saying, Susan?
Well, a half acre on 2 stories was one of the models.
So that is what we have seen.
The one that's clears to Jen. Yeah.
Council would reject that, like, that's not gonna happen.
What?
I thought that was the greenhouse.
That was the petition committee, which said a half an acre of
Yeah.
building lot.
Yeah, so,
And what's
Well,
this
an
one that's in the
acre is
box?
52,000.
That was the
45.
So an acre is
55,000.
52,000, so then all of a sudden you go up 2 floors on a full acre development, and you're into the 100,000, and it's one big block.
But council has discretion on that.
What?
Council would
Right.
approve
We
that.
have a zoning that we're going to be looking at that gives us two floors with a 10-foot setback for the 3rd floor and, all kinds of parameters. And I don't want to see wall-to-wall development of
So
an
there's the
acre.
question, is if it's development, yet it has open areas in that development, is that meeting the bond question? Is it, unless you see 1 full acre of development, is a public park in the middle of that? Because there's open space in there, an alleyway.
That is the question, Gary, I agree.
Susan, is there a
I wanna be
definition of
careful
open
because
space?
I do not agree with Auden. Someone can sue us, and they can win, and then we get stuck with putting 124,000 square feet because we said an acre.
And if there was ever a climate where anybody would get sued,
It's
in the
now.
Roy Fork Valley, it's here.
I think, I hear you, Gary, but I think we do some version of option 2 where we specify 1 acre. That's what we're just use that one number, and then you're at least giving some clarity to both sides.
Do you want to, or could you even put a square footage limit of amount of FAR in that 1 acre.
I think we're going the wrong direction
Yeah,
with the specificity.
you're getting too specific.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
So
let me
just
ask
by
you-
way of example, the town of Eagle passed a sales tax in April to build their river park. The ballot question says, shall sales tax be increased 1% for the purpose of building a river park to promote wellness throughout the town, period.
So let's just do this again, just one more time, just to see, because we gotta get to the end. Is there anybody besides me and Gary who could live with option 1 if it said western portion
And no residential.
and no residential?
I can live with that.
I can live with that.
So us 4 can live with that, right? Option 1, western portion, no residential.
You know, I
We're gonna ask all of them, we're not voting, we're just
No, I
saying.
know, but the whole point here is to try to come up with some consensus between, this is a ballot issue that's
I know.
going out, and I'm trying to get, I'm willing to work on this because I want consensus among the 7 of us. And so, you know, to me, that is where I'm at. So
Okay,
I
well
don't
then-
necessarily say I'm gonna vote for one if not everyone's.
Let me
gonna vote.
back up then. Is there anybody here who would not support any of these options if the majority voted on the option? Is there anybody who wouldn't support the option? I would support any option that got voted for. That's me.
I would support any option that acquires the land.
That acquire, well, right. Would you support any
I'd
option?
vote against one, I think it's a political mistake.
You, I mean, in actual voting, you wouldn't support
just
it
said-
if it was adopted as the language?
You mean my vote, you're asking, or on council?
You publicly, would you support it publicly if we adopted one?
No.
Let me try another
And that's a
question to
deal
Paul.
breaker.
Excuse me.
We can't.
Can I try another question to Paul? You know, I'm trying to get an idea of the practicalities. Anybody can sue anybody. It's a free country.
Sure.
Okay? But if we say an acre of development, is it implicit that obvious reasonable zoning regulations and rules would be applied within city limits to that 1 acre?
Yes,
So that does not mandate wall-to-wall development?
correct.
I would have to say I could only support option 2 with the understanding that it's inherent in that 1 acre of development that it is subject to the normal zoning conditions of our town.
So I think we've gone through this before, but, you know, we're on like the millionth iteration at this point. Didn't we talk about before the 1.0 acres in option 2, inserting language like up to 1.0 acres,
We could do that.
and that's good? That gets us,
Yeah, I mean, it gives you it provides a cap, right? And so you don't have to do 1.0 acres, but you can't do any more.
So then we're back to 3, where if you're going to satisfy the people who want a guarantee of some development, or I mean, option 4, that maybe it is a minimum of half an acre of development up to 1.
well, why can't we just do up to 1.0 acres of said property westernmost portion?
On 2.
Drop residential and we're there.
Yeah, on 2.
Yeah.
Well, how is that a guarantee to the people who want significant development that the council will in fact approve significant and not 0.2 of 1%?
But it already says up to, I mean, it basically says make available 1 acre, up to 1 acre. I mean, those are, I don't care which it says, it means there's up to an acre of development.
That could mean 1/10 of an acre.
But that, it's still saying it's made available. Are you
That
saying
is
there's a
saying
difference?
1 acre will be made available.
Okay.
I suggested the up to originally, and I got a lot of flack.
Okay, okay, Susan, you may jump in.
Yes.
Okay, so what we're really talking about on the 1 acre is potentially like walkways through it, and that, it could be that development's associated open space. So Paul will have to refine this, but how about something like acquisition of approximately 2.317 acres of real property located in the town, currently owned by the Roaring Fork Community Development Corporation 1 acres of said property in the western portion to be made available for commercial or public purpose building development and its associated open space and trails, and the remaining 1.317, and the remaining acres to be used for a town park and supporting uses. And you could even get rid of that 1.317.
Can people
But-
live with that? Okay.
So let's just take a moment
Sold.
of,
Let's just do it.
Don't oversell this, it's sold.
You're gonna start messing
You
with
can
it.
read it again if you want to, just
read it
because we
again.
need to hear it again.
No, read
Well, I
it again.
think-
I wanna hear it again.
I think we should hear it
I'd like to
again.
hear it again.
okay, so Paul is gonna help me with this. We should probably just edit it, but acquisition of approximately 2.317 acres of real property located in the town and currently owned by the Roaring Fork Community Development Corporation, 1 acres of said property in the western portion to be made available for commercial or public purpose development and with its associated open space and trails, and the remaining,
To be park.
yeah, the remaining, well, I was gonna take out the acres, the remaining, property to be used as a town river park and supporting uses.
Is there a motion?
I moved, so moved.
Let's get Paul's feedback on this. We're having
Okay.
shotgun
I know,
wedding
I feel
here.
better if we
Shotgun
type it
wedding
up.
here.
but-
So, I wish we did have it up there, but my,
Well,
my initial reaction
could you-
is, so 1.0 acres on the western portion of the said property to be made available for commercial or public purposes and associated open space and trails, and the remaining said property to be used for a town river park and sporting uses.
You know-
So, that 1.0 acres, and I'm just playing devil's advocate here, that could be used up to 1 acre for commercial, or you could put in a very small little piece of commercial, and a majority of it could be open space and trails.
Okay,
Well, I
let's-
had, it's
So I don't know
associated.
that, I don't know that that necessarily solves the problem that you guys have just been talking about.
I mean, the bottom line is you can't solve it without looking at an application, and it's gonna be debated in front of the council when that happens.
To me, that language.
You can't fine tune this to the.
Yeah, that is good enough. That, to me, it's as good as we can get.
Okay, let's take out, can we take out with its associated trails or whatever you
Well, I
say?
kinda
Wouldn't you
like-
say, subject to the requirements of the code?
Yeah,
Which is,
well, 'cause
includes
that's
that and other
goes-
things.
Goes with.
That was my suggestion half hour ago.
Right. And I think
No,
it makes
You wanted the
sense.
zoning in there, I don't wanna,
James is typing it up and we get to see a, because I personally don't want to vote on it until
I
I see
think
it.
open space and trails, I mean, you know,
I
Well,
think
it's-
subject to the,
to me, I don't know how you get any closer to what we're trying to do.
except for, I think that it could be presumed that it's gonna be all space,
Well,
open
it-
space and trails and, you know, a bathroom in the middle.
You-
Hey, somebody think of something better.
We're going there. I think
getting
we're
there.
fine. I think we're fine.
Patience.
Except for, I don't think we want that.
I think a lawyer could make a case that when you say an acre of development includes things like setbacks, that's the law.
That's exactly right, it's
So,
not an issue.
It just needs to say an acre. We're trying
I
to
think
like
you're right.
define this
I
thing
mean-
too specifically.
Yeah, I would go there, and that's what Paul said, that it is implicit
It's a
that
got-
the
you
normal
gotta meet
town
code.
zoning
You gotta
codes
meet
would
code.
apply in a city.
It doesn't mean you put a big block of development on the.
Well,
property.
I
It
kind of
doesn't
like
mean
that with this associated open space and trails, because the CSC zone district, for example, has like trails through the project, and if it
that are
did have.
beyond the code.
Matter.
That'd be, right.
You don't- this is the deal, if somebody wants to do beyond the code, or we want beyond the code, we need to be able to keep that
You
in there.
can,
Okay, let's
can.
just,
You can
let's
agree
keep
on it.
Susan's. Do you want to keep Susan's so we can just
Well, let's
go?
get it, let's just get it typed up, and then
Right.
let's all look at it.
Yeah.
Just
So you don't think that the people that are all about development are
no,
gonna?
no. Is this the word development? Don't
I don't
bother with
know.
that, James. We
Yeah,
can read
you're
it.
just
I don't
talking
know.
about the second.
I would rather not have it in there, yes. And that the code, obviously, the normal code would apply. I think we'll get less certainly the park people probably aren't gonna care. The people who are gonna care the most about that developable acre are the people. who
Somebody
want
could read
develop.
that to say you have to require open space and trails on the commercial
Do
piece.
this, setbacks. If you were,
You don't need any of it. You don't need any of
don't
it.
say it at all. I'd say don't say it at all.
You don't need to say it at all, not in my opinion.
I mean, the more important is Paul seemed to indicate that he thought, don't let me put words in your mouth, that of course the normal city zoning process would apply to this developable acre.
That's right. And that's
Any statute, any
So now you-
contract, any agreement is understood, has to be interpreted in the context of existing law.
So then I would
Period.
strike open space and trails.
Yes, I agree. This is like saying,
I'm okay too.
and subject to gravity. Like,
Yeah,
we
right.
know it is.
Right, exactly.
Okay, so we're gonna take with open space and trails out, is that
Right.
right,
That's
Gary?
fine.
Take it out.
Is it fine with everybody?
Western, strike residential, strike open space and trails.
Acres of said property to be used for town river park. Okay,
And you'll get an application, and it'll be debated till the cows come home, and you'll decide.
so did we have a motion and a second, or just a motion?
I made a motion.
Is there
Second.
a second?
Auden second.
Okay, what do we need to do to re-motion that?
Option 2 as amended.
I mean, but there's a motion and a second on the table.
I will amend. I move. Yeah, okay.
There's total silence when bond counsel is thinking.
Yeah, let him.
Yeah, tell us.
And just so you understand, supporting uses includes, like, you could have the little event center and
Okay.
the little restaurants in the polygon.
Absolutely.
All right.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Okay, so,
Okay,
We-
Madam Mayor, I hereby amend my resolution.
Your motion?
your
My
motion.
motion to include the new wording as enunciated by the planner and as appears on the screen.
Option 2 as amended.
Option 2 is amended.
Okay. is this-
Seconded by me.
Okay. Are we good on that? Okay. Further discussion? Please, okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Thanks, guys. You are like rock stars. Auden, you're really.
No, we're not done yet.
Yes, we are. We're done. We're going.
All kudos.
I'm kidding.
Thank you.
B.
No,
I'm
we still have to
kidding.
go on to the next
So
one.
this should be a lot easier. No,
Do we need to pass two
yes.
resolutions? Okay, what's the story on 30?
So
B is, now Paul's going to tell you about that.
recall that we originally had this drafted as one question. You guys wanted it split up to two. So the first question addresses the acquisition of the CDC property. Question 2 then says that if that question is approved by the voters by a majority vote, then the voters will then authorize the town to increase taxes and incur debt for the purposes of financing improvements on the River Park project.
Okay.
That is option A and B all the way over there. And the only there is no substantive difference between those. It's only a matter of your political brains deciding whether or not you want that spelled out in bullet points or in more paragraph form and only 2 bullet points. I can even take out the bullet points if you want.
Paragraph.
Paragraph
So
sounds
option
good.
B. And I just want to make sure that everybody's okay with the projects that are articulated in that question.
Yeah, that's
I
important,
have
because you have to do them.
a question going back to, pardon me for dragging you all through this. Please explain to me why we have this in 2 questions.
So there's no legal reason for you to do that. The way that was originally drafted in one question met all the requirements of Tabor and other constitutional provisions. This is more of a practical and policy decision that I think, and I don't want to speak for council, but sitting here for whatever hour this would now be in total, that this is more of a political decision in terms of giving the town the option to approve the purchase of the property and then to allow for additional money to be spent in a gradual way to improve that property. But I think the thought is that the acquisition of the property is kind of the crux of the question. And so if you split out the financing of the improvements, you give the town the option to get the property without spending additional dollars. Does that make sense?
There was something else. The CDC
Right, I saw that as.
preferred.
Yeah, but it isn't.
Right, but,
It doesn't,
Yeah.
I just, I
I
wanna.
mean, the obvious is you could approve the acquisition and voters may say, we don't want $4 million more debt right now.
Right, and I want to share from my fresh eyes and my fresh brain coming to look at this. It doesn't make a lot of sense to that part of my brain then to have it in two separate questions because of the reasoning that this ballot is going to be a phone book. And there are so many questions, and if we can minimize the likelihood of it passing, I think it's greater.
May have a harder
And-
time passing anything.
Bernie?
And with that, that was just my impression, but then sitting here and hearing the public comment, I hear that a vast majority are in support of two separate questions. I just
Bernie?
wanna-
Well, this really begs the question, what happened to our contingency clause that we had agreed on at the last meeting? Where is the contingency clause? The contingency that's,
Contract, not in the bond.
no, the contingency that says you only get to vote
Oh.
on funding the park if you vote in favor of purchasing the land.
So that is, it's the third line,
Yeah.
middle of the sentence, such debt and taxes to be increased only in the event ballot question 2A is approved.
Now, and that is in the contract?
Doesn't have to be in the contract.
It's in your ballot language.
It is in the ballot language.
That language.
So there is that contingency, everybody understand. You don't get to vote.
Yes, you do get to
can
vote, but it doesn't get adopted.
If,
Let's have
go
Paul
over
say
that.
it.
Let's go over that.
So as a practical matter, the eligible voters of the town of Basalt will receive their ballots, which will include voting for president and senate, and then after 17 pages, you'll get to the town issues, by which point half the voters will have quit. And so you'll get to question 2A, and the voter will decide whether or not they want to authorize the issuance of debt and increase in taxes to purchase the CDC property. That question is going to go up or down no matter what.
Right.
The voters will then, no matter how they vote on the first question, have the ability to vote on the second question and say, in the event the voters approve the first question, I then vote to either approve or reject the financing of improvements to the projects to be placed on the CDC property.
So you get to vote not to approve. You get to turn down the purchase of the land, but you get to vote to fund the park improvements, but that only goes into effect if the majority passes the purchase of the land.
That is,
Now, the other, you gotta remember, the opposite isn't true.
What?
Meaning, you,
Well, don't get complicated.
Yeah.
the resolution to purchase could go into effect without getting that.
Yes,
Well, that's
So
what
you
we-
may have the property without,
absolutely. But there is the contingency that your vote doesn't count,
no.
yes, it
or the
counts.
money, it counts, but we won't authorize any money unless a majority authorized the purchase of the land.
Correct.
So are we pretty close to moving forward?
Yes,
Since we
it's-
have a humongous, another part here?
Yes.
Okay,
So, I guess, does that answer everyone's questions with the
Yes,
practical
thank you.
things? So I just want to make sure, Jennifer, you in particular, since you weren't here for the meeting, that everyone is okay with the projects that are articulated in this
You gotta
question.
do the ones that you list.
Right, and that's.
Yeah,
what-
and this is, when I talk about that example of the 15 projects being done, this is a classic example. Like, you know, it's a little questionable with the acreage. It is dead set in stone that if you don't do these, you're violating your election question.
I say strike a children's play area, a band shell structure, and restroom facilities. Leave it as the design, development, and construction of a new Basalt River Park.
I do too.
And you can decide all the rest at public
Yes.
comment.
I
Yes.
thought that's where we were last time, but.
I know.
I think that's
I'm happy with that. I think, honestly, the reality is when you look at the voting, when you look to vote at this, you're voting for the improvements.
Yeah, and so do you want to, this is important, do you want to keep the road I mean, I don't know.
We have to do some work on the road included the. Just do it. Well, we took out, I guess the only question would be, is that we took a lot out that we were gonna cover regardless. We were gonna, the West Two Rivers Road by the Roaring Fork Conservancy and Old Palm Park, we said we were gonna cover those. So that would mean the new bus shelters, that was part of the Two Rivers Road
I think
improvement.
what we're all saying is you can take it out and still do the work.
Well,
Take the language out.
You would just say Basalt River Park and improvements to a
Yeah,
portion.
that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Just do
Yeah.
that.
You take that out, you risk not being able to spend the money.
Yeah, let's
on it.
do that.
Yeah, you won't be able to spend any money on.
That's correct.
improvements of Two Rivers.
Oh, because it's
So both
park.
Basalt River Road
Okay.
project and improvements to a portion.
Okay,
That's good.
that's true, because it would be eliminated.
Saying a portion of Two Rivers Road for
Well, it's only a portion of Two Rivers Road, because Two Rivers Road is like 5 miles long.
It's clear enough.
Show me how the language is gonna look, but you can describ it. Oh, there it is.
It's there,
Real time.
right behind you.
The design
Yeah.
development.
Is it up there?
And improvements to portion of Two Rivers Road.
You got it?
Yeah, I know.
Is it
I just
okay?
feel like we're gonna have to do some education about what that is.
That's the whole idea of a campaign.
I think if you add too much, it's just like the other one. We're just locking ourselves into something that we might not
Yeah.
do.
And the word children's in there, I think it's just gonna bomb.
Yeah.
Are we good on this then? Do we need a motion on resolution 37? We read them all into the record already, but we just need a motion on 37.
So really quickly,
Yes, sir.
I just want to point this out,
Yeah.
that in some ballot questions, we include a phrase that says, that includes the maintenance and operation of the park. That's not included in this language, so you can't use bond proceeds to do either of those two things. But you have post dollars that are dedicated to that. So I just want to be clear that you're going to have this $4 million, let's just say, but that's all going to go to construction, and any sort of operation or maintenance, that's going to come from other monies.
That's what
Right.
we're voting on next.
Yep.
Yeah.
I have a quick question. Outside of maintenance and operation, I understand exactly what you're saying, but what about staff time related to the execution of projects?
Yeah, so that would go into construction.
Okay.
That's going to be covered in the next.
No,
Yeah,
no,
and so-
staff time for execution of the construction project of the park
Yeah.
can be in this ballot, right?
Yes, right.
Yes.
Right. And when you do the resolution, thank you, Susan and Pam, who both reminded me, and then I forgot. The 2A, we don't know what the county clerk is going to give us, so the resolution has to say, pass this subject to the assignment of a ballot question letter.
So are we,
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 37, series of 2016, as amended for option B, and calling a special election on November 8th for authorization of debt related to the design and construction of the Basalt River Park Improvement Project. Setting the ballot, do you need all that stuff?
Yeah, so subject to the assignment of a ballot letter.
Subject to the.
Yeah, just say number and letter.
Subject to the assignment of a ballot number and letter. That's what I meant.
good. Is there a second?
Second.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we're just moving right along.
Thank you, everybody. I know that was tedious.
Okay, so this second reading of ordinances is a public hearing. It's second reading of ordinance 22, an ordinance of the town amending chapter 4, article 4 of the Basalt Municipal Code entitled Sales Tax to permit not more than 20% of the fund generated by the 1% sales tax rate dedicated to capital projects for parks, open space acquisition, and trail projects to be used for the maintenance of parks, open space, and trails, and submitting this ordinance to a referendum election. Susan?
This is a public, sorry, I just didn't move. This is a public hearing, and this is the ordinance where we're increasing the current limit that's 10%, and we're increasing it to 20%. And this is up to amount, doesn't mean every budget, you would look at what number that you'd want to include. And there's a little financial analysis that we included it in the packet, and in 2017, for example, we were estimating that about $325,000 could be available using the 20%.
This is pretty much like the first reading, right?
Same, hasn't changed.
I didn't think it had changed. Okay, so this is public hearing. I'll open the public hearing at 9:13. Anybody in the public have comments, questions on this? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council, is there a motion or questions or discussion?
Mayor, I move that the town council approve ordinance number 22, series of 2016 on second reading.
Okay,
Second that.
further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you, Susan, everybody. We have an executive session.
I have a procedural question.
Sure.
Any time for action after?
No, we haven't put any action item on the.
Recorded this evening, do we need to keep our recording people here?
No. There's no action item on the agenda.
Let me ask,
There is.
What?
Afterwards, we have, yeah,
What?
action item on the agenda.
Hold on, maybe Susan's telling me there is something.
Yeah, there
Consideration.
is. Council action item direction. You had, this is a consideration.
Well, I'm sorry, yes, it is on there. But it may not be necessary, but it's on there.
I
So
think given,
I think we
it's
need
up
to
to
come
them.
out and say
Don't know.
something.
we don't know yet.
Okay.
So please keep the recording staff.
It's a placekeeper in case the council needs to take action.
can we, what about Ted's statement? It sounds like we agree to that. Can we?
That's not on the agenda and it's not appropriate for action. It's a clever pre-litigation tactic to try to trick the council and me into doing something that may complicate matters unnecessarily.
Mind and confuse.
Oh, man.
dealing with if you want. Yeah, you have,
We're live, okay. So, did you want to go first, Mr. Dawes?
I'm glad to. Madam Mayor and members of the Town Council, my name is Steve Dawes. I'm Special Counsel for the town with respect to certain matters, including an Open Records Act request that was made on Friday, August 26th through the law firm of Levine, Sullivan, Cook, and Schultz, LLP in Denver. And among the items requested to be produced were audio recordings of Town Council executive sessions on April 26, 2016, May 24, 2016, August 9, 2016, and August 11, 2016. Our response time on the Open Records Act request deadline is Monday, September 12th. And one of the questions before the custodian of records, Pam Schilling, in the town, because she's being asked in her official capacity to respond to this request, is whether the town council wishes to release executive session recordings for those dates. Now, those executive sessions were noticed and published, and the council met an executive session to discuss matters that included the attorney-client privilege, it included matters subject to negotiations, and include confidential personnel matters. And we, the town, is being asked to turn over those confidential and attorney-client privilege matters in this Open Records Act request.
Thank you. So we had a very long discussion about this issue in executive session, and I think at this point, we would like to have a motion on the floor, and then we will proceed to discuss a little bit further after we get a second, our specific reasons for what we are going to do. So I would ask for a motion to give direction to our custodian, Pam Clerk, that the audio recordings from April 26th, May 24th, August 9th, and 11th should not be disclosed because they contain privileged information. Could I get that motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion?
So one of the reasons we don't want to disclose this executive session information is that some of it deals with the Mike Scanlon personnel issue, and we want to respect his privacy and contract with him.
Yeah, I think that was certainly my feeling as well, Alden, and clearly councils up and down the state go into executive sessions for exactly these reasons. I think the council's indicated an awareness to try and make as much reasonably public as we can, but there are certain items to protect the town that we really, and in this case, to also protect the individual, that we don't want to release this information.
Katie, do you want me to go?
Go ahead.
Okay. Just to follow up a little bit, I think we want to be sure that we preserve our right to executive session for the reasons that have been already mentioned, to protect the rights of individuals and to also protect our right to negotiate and get legal advice from our counsel.
You know, I was the one who proposed the executive session policy a few meetings ago, and I still truly believe in that, but there are certain matters that I just believe, and this is the perfect example. It's a personnel issue, it's a serious issue. It's something that we really do need to be really careful with, because there's people's lives, there's contracts, there's everything involved in this. And so we've got to maintain some level of executive session privilege between attorney and client. So I'm on board with that.
And I've struggled since day one, or from our first council meeting, with wanting to strive towards transparency, and recognizing from when I was a citizen, thinking, well, you can share everything, to now being an elected official and recognizing that that is not the case, and to protect HR matters and the town. It's a necessity.
Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Motion to adjourn?
Well, did we have any, was there anything else? Okay, all right. Is
Motion
there a
to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thanks.